Good morning. Good morning. If I may ask you all to take your seats. And those of you grabbing a quick coffee outside, now's the time to come and join us. By the way, there are some seats in the front row. I know people hate sitting in the front row unless you're a VIP, but you are very welcome to join us in the front row. Right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the EU-UK Forum's Annual Conference 2025. As you may know, the Forum was founded in 2020 when EU-UK relations were at a very low ebb, and there was a clear need for maintaining a dialogue at whatever level. That is why also the Forum is forward-looking, focusing on areas where the EU and the UK could and should work more closely together and exploring pathways to make that possible. But underpinning that is the key question: do the EU and the UK have, or at least are they now developing, a longer-term strategy for a new relationship? There is clearly much more engagement than in the past. A pretty low bar, some might say. Many senior members of the British government, starting with the Prime Minister himself, are now in regular contact with their EU counterparts. As we've all seen, Keir Starmer was in Brussels yesterday as a guest of European leaders to take part in discussions on security and defence cooperation. And of course, sometime this spring, but maybe also a date has now been officially announced, there will be the first ever post-Brexit EU-UK summit, which hopefully will set a clear path for future cooperation on a variety of fronts. We may hear more about that in a moment. There may be widespread boredom with the historic Brexit debate, but there is most definitely a strong and a growing interest in wanting to know more about and help shape the new EU-UK relationship. People who have registered for today's conference come from all walks of life and many different countries. All the EU institutions and UK government departments, naturally, but also member state permanent representations and foreign ministries, local and regional authorities, third country missions, businesses and trade associations, think tanks and academia, NGOs and charities, and so on and so on. The conference was oversubscribed before we had even published a program. The number of in-person and online registrations is now more than 600. There's been a long waiting list for those who wanted to attend in person, and I apologize to those who did not make the cut. Hopefully you are watching this comfortably online. The conference is also being recorded and will be available shortly afterwards on our YouTube channel. Let me briefly, very briefly, take you through the program. We will hear first via a recorded message from the European Commissioner, Maroš Šefčovič, who, as you know, has retained EU-UK relations as part of his new trade portfolio in the second von der Leyen term. He is today in Warsaw attending a trade ministers gathering hosted by the Polish EU presidency. Maroš has spoken at all our annual conferences to date, and we very much appreciate his support for the forum from the very beginning. Then I am delighted to say Nick Thomas-Symonds, the UK Minister for the Constitution and European Union Relations, will give a keynote address. This will be one of the first public appearances by Nick in Brussels. I'm sure there'll be many more in the future. I have some idea, only some idea, of how incredibly busy you are, Nick, so it is tremendous that you are with us this morning and made the time to be with us. Then, as now is tradition, Ipsos will present exclusive polling on public attitudes towards EU-UK cooperation. There's been a wealth of polling around the 5th anniversary of the UK's departure from the EU last Friday, and this is our contribution to that data pool. Ipsos' head of politics, Gideon Skinner, will present his findings and then be interviewed by Suzanne Lynch, Global Playbook author and associate editor at Playbook. After a coffee break, Julie Lynn Tegeland, EMEIA Area Managing Director at EY, will talk to us about Europe's competitive edge, a highly topical subject, of course, which will also set the scene for the following panel on growing Europe's economy. This panel will be moderated by Simon Nixon, formerly of The Times and The Wall Street Journal, and who is the author of the excellent newsletter Wealth of Nations, which I highly recommend. His panelists will be Nick Collier, Managing Director of the Brussels office of the City of London, Dirk Bleeker, Chief Commercial Officer at Sage, and Darren Ennis, Vodafone Group's Director of EU Affairs and Head of its Brussels office. After lunch, we will hear from Sandra Gozzi, MEP, the new European Parliament co-chair of the Parliamentary Partnership Assembly, set up under the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, about his plans for the PPA. As you will know, Sandro is a former Minister for European Affairs in Italy and now sits as a member of the European Parliament for France. He will be followed by Stella Creasy, the Labour MP and chair of the Labour Movement for Europe. LME-supported MPs are now an important caucus within the Parliamentary Labour Party, and the LME is becoming a highly influential group in the current Parliament. They will then together have a fireside chat with Stanley Pignal, Brussels Bureau Chief of The Economist and author of the weekly Charlemagne column. Claire Samal, Director for European Offshore Development at National Grid, will then address us on bridging the North Sea via energy and climate cooperation. We will round off the day with a panel on EU security cooperation with Rosa Balfour, Head of Carnegie Europe, Julian King, the former European Commissioner for the Security Union and the UK's last European Commissioner, of course, and Alex Creswell, VP for Government Affairs and Public Policy at Graphcore, and himself a former British diplomat. The panel will be moderated by Henry Foy, Brussels Bureau Chief of the Financial Times. Finally, some thanks. I would like to thank all the speakers and moderators for accepting the invitation to take part so willingly and so promptly. I am most grateful to our sponsors, ACCA, City of London, EY, FIPRA, Graphcore, MSD, National Grid, Sage, and Vodafone. As you will see, this is not a typical Brussels EU conference, and securing sponsorship was not by any means a foregone conclusion. Their support has been terrific, and I applaud their vision. Finally, a thank you to the great team at Forum Europe, and especially Sophie Gwilt and Charlene Bowditch for their amazing logistical and promotional support. And now let us hear from Mara Shekovic.
Dear Chair, dear Paul, dear Minister, dear Nick, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be part of the EU-UK Forum annual conference once again. Over the last few years, this event has established itself as a venue for facilitating and nurturing dialogue around EU-UK relations post-Brexit. This is a topic which remains of high importance to the European Commission and to me personally. And I'm very happy that many of you are able to attend the conference in person for the first time. Unfortunately, I cannot be there myself as my institutional responsibilities require me to be in Poland. But I'm delighted to know that my friend and colleague, Minister for Cabinet Office, Nick Thomas Simons, is with you in Brussels today. The EU and the UK remain natural partners in a changing and ever more challenging world. We are close allies in NATO and like-minded, reliable partners in Europe and on the global scene. We are closely aligned on many paramount issues, such as supporting Ukraine amidst Russia's war of aggression, or in our fight against climate change and biodiversity loss. And even if the headlines over the past few years have tended to focus on areas where we might not fully see eye to eye, the reality is that our bilateral EU-UK relationship remains strong. It is underpinned notably by two excellent treaties: the Withdrawal Agreement, including the Windsor Framework, and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. Together, we are working tirelessly on the full, faithful and timely implementation, which is essential if we are to maximize their full potential. These agreements form the cornerstone of our relationship, a solid basis on which we can build further. Last October, President von der Leyen and Prime Minister Starmer agreed to strengthen EU-UK cooperation in areas of mutual interest and tasked Nick and myself to take this agenda further. Our joint ambition is shared by the EU as a whole. As we work towards the first EU-UK summit later this year, we are engaged in identifying areas and elements for closer and deeper cooperation. In doing so, we will of course remain fully respectful of the limits the UK has set, in particular when it comes to economic cooperation. I very much look forward to working with Nick on this important process in the coming weeks and months. And I'm very optimistic that the strong, mutually beneficial relationship between the EU and the UK will continue to grow. I trust that today's conference will give you the opportunity to discuss the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead of us. I wish you an interesting and informative day. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, even though you can't hear me. I'm now delighted to welcome onto the stage to the lectern Nick Thomas-Simmons. Since it's now kind of semi-formalized, Nick, I hope you can talk a bit about your aspirations for the UK Summit coming up hopefully in May, and some of the details also about the trust building you've been engaged in since you came to office last year. Over to you, Nick.
Thank you. Well, many thanks, Paul, and many thanks to the EU-UK Forum for organising this annual conference, of course, for the invitation for me to come along to speak. I suppose I should also say a big thank you to the Prime Minister for being my warm-up act last night. And it is a real pleasure to share a stage with my EU counterpart, Maroš Šefčovič. And even though, of course, Maroš joined us virtually, our mutual goal of reaching a better UK-EU relationship is very real. And today, I want to explain why that is so important, what it could mean for the UK and for Europe, and what I believe the defining structure of that relationship could look like. It is obvious to me, as I am sure it is to all of you, that at a time of such intense global change, the UK and the EU have many mutually aligned interests and challenges. We want increased prosperity, we want to strengthen our security, and we want our citizens to be safe. Those joint challenges that we face were powerfully set out by our Chancellor Rachel Reeves, and indeed the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, just last week. In her growth speech, my friend the Chancellor didn't shy away from the economic challenges that we are confronting. She said growth will not come without a fight, without a government that is willing to take the right decisions now to change our country's future for the better. For too long, she said, that potential has been held back. On the same day, President von der Leyen presented the competitiveness compass, saying that, and I quote, Europe has everything it needs to succeed. But at the same time, we must fix our weaknesses to regain competitiveness. The competitiveness compass sets out the importance of trade openness, not only for sustaining Europe's prosperity, but also for enhancing its resilience. And we know that low growth is not the destiny of our economies. Research and innovation, reducing red tape, a new skills agenda, boosting productivity, a more resilient economy, all these elements found in the compass are also crucial parts of the Prime Minister's plan for change. These are areas of mutual interest to both our economies. And it is also clear about the vital interconnection between security and prosperity. That is why the work we are all engaged in, that Maroš and I are driving forward, is so vital. In the UK and indeed in Brussels, we are clear-eyed about the scale of the challenges that we face, but also the opportunities for growth and innovation. The European Union is the UK's biggest trading partner, with trade totalling in 2023 over £800 billion. Many of our best education and science facilities have lifelong links. And our collaboration on research and development has been a springboard for hugely successful innovations that have driven growth and jobs. And in a more uncertain world, we are regularly reminded that allies are more secure together than they are apart. This government's position is simple. The UK and the EU are linked through trade and international organisations like NATO. And even though we voted to leave the EU, our role as a key ally and trade partner remains. And we know that for these relationships to flourish, trust is a vital ingredient. This government recognises that the UK's signature means something. So we are committed to implementing the Trade and Cooperation Agreement and the Windsor Framework and building on that structure to address emerging challenges and opportunities. Now I want to say straightforwardly that we see real opportunities to improve the status quo. As Business Europe set out in their report this autumn, there remain many unnecessary barriers to trade and investment. Following the election of new governments in the EU and UK, there is a clear opportunity to upgrade the relationship to deliver for businesses and citizens. I agree with them. A study published last year showed that between 2021 and 2023, the goods EU businesses export to the UK were down by 32%, whilst UK goods exports to the EU were down by 27%. That is not good for British or European businesses, especially at a time when our economies need a kick start. Reducing trade barriers is of mutual benefit to the UK and the EU. And Kemi Badenoch herself has said that the previous government left the EU without a plan for growth. It was vital that we rejoined Horizon. We should never have left in the first place. But the gap in continuity and other challenges means we haven't achieved as much together as we could have done. And it's especially bad when global competition for innovation has never been more fierce. When the UK should have been working more closely with international law enforcement on security, we frankly wasted years undermining the role of the ECHR in pursuit of a doomed Rwanda deportation scheme. We cannot continue in this way with one of our largest, most important partners. And that is why this government will always work in the UK's national interest. And for me, that means being a ruthlessly pragmatic negotiator. That means making the case for closer working with our allies in the EU, to make people across the UK and the EU safer, more secure, and more prosperous. That means making sure we are working to strengthen cooperation, moving away from the zero-sum win-lose dynamic which we have seen in recent years. And that is the spirit I take into discussions with the EU. The UK and the EU have many mutually beneficial interests, and I want to build on these as we work to reset our relationship, to help construct a more secure, a safer, and a more prosperous UK and EU. Now, this British government was elected on a mandate to strengthen national security by reconnecting with our allies, to increase people's safety through strong borders, and to increase prosperity through growth. Our European friends are a part of every single one of those priorities. And I believe it's these priorities that form the three pillars of a reset in our relationship. On security, you saw yesterday how seriously we're taking this. Our Prime Minister met with all 27 of the EU leaders and the Secretary General of NATO, discussing the common threats we face and the value that closer EU-UK cooperation on defence could bring. Whether it's securing undersea cables or working together on research and development. On safety, I know that if we want to protect our respective borders and keep our citizens safe, then we need to work together. That is the only way we're going to break up the vile global trade in human trafficking. That's the only way to tackle organised crime and terrorism, which plagues us all. And on prosperity, if we want to grow our economies and boost our living standards, then we need to reduce barriers to UK and EU trade. And I am pleased to say that on all three of these issues, we are making progress. On security, the Prime Minister and the President of the European Council have made clear they want closer cooperation on security and defence. And the EU High Representative and the Foreign Secretary have already agreed to new 6-monthly foreign policy dialogues. On safety, we have already increased the UK's presence at Europol, but I want us to go further. We need to find better ways to coordinate law enforcement so that we can smash the gangs behind the small boat crossings. To make people safer, we must do all we can to strengthen our collective ability to tackle organised crime and work together on illegal migration. After all, these are shared challenges. And on prosperity, we will seek to negotiate a sanitary and phytosanitary agreement to remove barriers to trade, and to find ways to resolve issues like the mutual recognition of professional qualifications. We can go much further on energy and the green transition. Our government's commitment is to make Britain a clean energy superpower by 2030. And together, we need to deliver energy security so that we are never again left exposed, as we were when Russia illegally invaded Ukraine. These challenges all span borders, and we must work together to seize the opportunities that lie ahead. And all of this work is supported by much greater cooperation between the UK government and the EU. Right at the very top, with the Prime Minister meeting with President von der Leyen and Council President Costa, and agreeing to a leader-level summit that will be held in May, where we hope we can deliver a balanced yet ambitious outcome to benefit all our citizens. Just before Christmas, our Chancellor attended a meeting of the EU finance ministers, the first time a British Chancellor has been invited to the Eurogroup since Brexit. These meetings form only some of the nearly 70 direct engagements between UK ministers and our EU counterparts since coming into government. And I look forward to many more ahead. And I say to you all, I look forward to working with you throughout this year and into the future. But ladies and gentlemen, the time for ideologically driven division is over. The time for ruthless pragmatism is now. It is through a new partnership between the UK and the EU that we will deliver for the people of the United Kingdom and for people across the continent. The future of the EU and the UK lies beyond the status quo, reaching forward to deliver benefits for all our people to share. So let us rise to our shared challenges and grasp this opportunity, because together we will create a stronger UK and we will create a stronger Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. Very much appreciated. Before I pass on to our next session with Suzanne and Gideon, there are some chairs, seats in the front row. People hate the front row, I know, but just pretend you're a VIP and deserve a front row seat. Don't just stand at the back of the room unless you want to stand at the back of the room. There are loads of seats available. If you prefer to stand at the back of the room, that is your prerogative. Right. There's some last-minute negotiations on the technical front with the Nobody in the back row wants to sit down? No? Fine. Are you okay? Right. Over to Suzanne and Gideon.
Hi there, everybody, and thank you very much for your attention there with those two keynote speeches, which really give us food for thought at the beginning of this conference. My name is Suzanne Lynch. I'm Associate Editor with Politico, based here in Brussels, and I'm delighted to be introducing and interviewing, in a sense, our next speaker, Gideon Skinner, who's Head of Politics at Ipsos UK and Ireland. So he's going to be sharing some new research, some new information about public perceptions around these issues. Just a couple of housekeeping notes. There will be slides, but do not fret. They will be available on the EU UK Forum website afterwards, so no need to be frantically writing and making sure you don't miss anything. And also we should have time left towards the end for questions, so make sure you keep those questions front and centre of your minds as we hear from Gideon. So with that, I'll give the platform to Gideon.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Thank you, Paul, for the invite. Thank you, everybody, for coming along to hear me speak. Just check nothing's falling off. Check the slides working. Excellent. Okay, we've started well. So my name is Gideon. I have worked at Ipsos, which is a multinational research firm that many of you will be aware of. I've worked there for many years, focusing on attitudes to public politics and current affairs in the UK, but also abroad. And I'm going to take you through where the UK and EU publics are in terms of some of the challenges that they face, what they think about the EU-UK relationship and Brexit, and their priorities for the future. And then we'll have scope for some questions afterwards. So please dive in. But first of all, 2025 is a good year to be having this conversation. There's lots of anniversaries that are important both to Europe and to the UK. It's the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, and we know that peace and security remains a key driver in European publics, especially attitudes towards the EU and what they want the EU to focus on. It's the 40th anniversary of the original signing of the Schengen Agreement. I need to brush up on my geography, apparently a small town outside Luxembourg, Wikipedia tells me, that continues to have an impact on what people think, what people value about the EU, but also some of the concerns that we've seen about it and the challenges that this has created that the EU and the UK are still having to work through. And finally, of course, it's the 5th anniversary of what we're mostly going to be talking about today, which is Brexit. For those of you who are interested, an 80th anniversary is an oak anniversary, a 40th anniversary is a ruby anniversary, and a 5-year anniversary is a wooden anniversary. I'll let you take away from that what you will. But 2025 is a good year to be thinking about these things from another point of view. At Ipsos, we call the 2020s the restless decade, where trends that we've seen in the first 20 odd years, the first couple of decades of this new millennium, have really started to accelerate. Of course, it started with a pandemic and the massive disruption that had on everybody, on society, on politics, on economics. But throughout, we've seen economic concerns. 2024, many of you know, the year of democracy, more elections than we've ever seen before in the globe, and incumbents being punished by citizens' experiences of inflation and the cost of living. We've seen the rise of new powers, both kind of domestically, we've seen across democracies the rise of new movements, and also internationally, new players on the stage. And then we're still having to deal with social concerns, social unrest and divisions, and of course the impact of climate change on many people that we see all the time in different countries. And that's all feeding through into a real sense of concern, unrest, and dissatisfaction around the world. We are very definitely living in interesting times, but that people don't feel comfortable always doing that. So, for example, only around half of people across 15 EU countries, and similar proportion in Britain, think that are certain that globalization is good for them, and that's less certain than we see in other parts of the world. Just over half say they'd like their country to be the way it used to be, kind of a nostalgia for the past. We've seen, for example, in Germany that grows significantly over the last few years. It's even higher in Britain, always been a bit of a country for nostalgia. We see 3 in 4 people worried about the pace of change. They, again, across the Europe and across the UK, thinking that the pace of change is too fast. And again, that feeling is intensified over recent years. And we see that in kind of new areas too. I mean, despite all the hopes for AI, over half of people, again, across Europe and the UK, are worried that technological progress is going too far, has the potential to destroy our lives. Again, that's something that's increased considerably across a range of different European countries over the last few years. So there's real kind of concern, doubt, and worry out there. So what does that all mean for Brexit and the future of the EU-UK relationship, especially given what we see elsewhere around the world? Well, first of all, it's worth pointing out that actually, despite Brexit and in the years since Brexit, the EU and Europe has remained, according to Britons, the most important relationship that we have. We also see that, for example, when we talk about trade specifically, we asked a survey on trade and priorities for trade last year, and a similar proportion of people, around about half, just under half, said that it was more important to focus on trade with Europe than, for example, trade in the US. In fact, we've seen the proportion of people who say that Europe is the most important relationship to the UK increase slightly, just in our most recent poll for the forum. Perhaps, who knows, maybe that's in response to recent events that's happened in America and elsewhere. We know that the public aren't always very favourable in the UK and in Europe to Donald Trump. But that feeling has grown and it's persisted that Europe is the most important relationship to the UK. And we see that in other data as well. We see, for example, a growing sense that the EU and the UK have common interests. So 36% of people in 36% of Britons think that the EU and the UK have interests that are mostly the same. That's up 7 points from 3 years ago. And that's, there's higher proportion than the proportion of people who think that the UK and the US have got interests in common, which has actually slipped. At the same time, it's only around 1 in 3 people who think that we've got interests in common. There's still clearly a bit of persuading to go out there that there is more that we could do and that there is more cooperation that we could do. But broadly, that sense that the EU is important to Britain, that there are areas that we can work on together, is growing. Why is that happening? One of them is that there is a kind of broad consensus that Brexit hasn't delivered amongst the UK. So around about half of people say the original decision was the wrong decision. They feel that Brexit has made their daily life worse, which has gone up significantly over the last few years, as you'll have seen if you looked in Brussels Playbook this morning. And half of Britons think that Brexit has been more of a failure than a success. In fact, as an aside, there is one person who is blamed by Britons both for Brexit's failures and also given the credit for the minority who thinks it's a success, and that's Boris Johnson, who still slightly looms over this debate, but he still gets a lot of blame for the failures and some credit for the success. So people don't think it has delivered, and there's a kind of a real concern that it hasn't given what people were hoping for. At the same time, you shouldn't go away with the view that that necessarily means that people want the whole debate reopened. That level of regret is not shared by everybody. So, for example, only 1 in 4 Leave voters think that Brexit has been mostly a success. So, only a minority of Leave voters think that, taking everything into account, it's going to be clearly more positives than negatives. They don't think it has delivered either. But at the same time, 7 in 10 of them still think it was the right decision. So although there's a relative consensus that Brexit hasn't been a success, there are still divides, there's still polarisation along party lines, along EU referendum lines about reopening the whole debate. But nevertheless, there is scope to do a bit more. So if we're thinking about a reset of EU-UK relations and what people want to see in the future, what do the public want that to concentrate on? Well, firstly, it's clear it's got to work for both sides. People don't think it's been great for the UK, but they don't think it's been great for the EU either. So around 4 in 10 in Great Britain and around 4 in 10 in a survey that we carried out across the whole of the EU think that Brexit hasn't worked very well for the EU either. So there is a bit of scope on both sides of the channel to think about how we can improve things and how we can make this new relationship work better. And what do people want that new relationship to focus on? There's a few key clear signs. For Britons, it's around trade, it's around business investment, it's around acting on illegal immigration, particularly for those who are Leave supporters and Conservative and Reform UK supporters. So that idea of acting on immigration, one of the issues that the Minister spoke about just now, is key to show, if you're trying to show there's a ways in which the EU-UK relationship can develop and to reach out across all sides of the political argument in the UK, immigration is key, but top is trade. Trade, investment, immigration, crime and safety. And there's a similar pattern when we ask European citizens what they think. So we asked Europeans who don't think that Brexit has delivered for the EU, we asked what they thought was bad about it. And you get a similar pattern around the economic issues coming top. So half saying it's led to reduced trade, it's led to increased taxation or duties on goods to the UK, but other issues as well that maybe come up a little bit higher for the EU, so issues around freedom of movement and so on. So there's a clear focus that the public want this new relationship to focus on trade, improving the economic challenge that the Minister talked about before. For Labour, that they've called it their defining mission to improve economic growth, and that's something that's going to be shared across the EU as well. And so there is some permission amongst the publics to act on some of this. There is a level of support. Around half of people say that they were in the UK say they would support Britain joining at least some form of customs union. Maybe not quote capital T, capital C, the customs union, but at least some sort of pan-customs area. Actually, even if that involves, say, free movement of young people. People will accept that. There are, though, still other red lines in public opinion when it comes to customs union, though. So, for example, there's definitely people do not like the idea of needing to adopt the euro, if that's a price of joining customs union. Nor do they like. I know it's one of those small issues. Doesn't necessarily affect lots of people, but it creates quite a lot of concern in the public eye. Nor is there much support for joining a customs union if it meant increasing access to fishing waters. So there's still some sort of, there's still concerns out there. There are still areas where we need to know that the public is going to bridle, but there is overall an openness to developing the relationship. But just lastly, despite all that, the challenge for leaders and institutions, and for those of you in this room, in terms of we're thinking about how we're going to deliver these benefits that people want to see from the EU-UK relationship. And despite the fact that we know that the public thinks that it's gone badly and that they want to see it improved, despite the fact that we know that the public thinks it's important, and despite the fact that we know what the public wants us to get on with, there is a falling level of confidence that leaders will actually get on to deliver it. So in the UK, only 1 in 3 people are confident that Britain and the European Union, both sides, will work together to deliver a satisfactory outcome on their priorities. Half of people lack confidence, and that has dipped over the last 2.5 years. So we know what we want, and we want it to be better, but we have less confidence in the governments to work together to achieve this. And that's the challenge facing both sides. So where does that all end? And then we can have some questions. So first of all, I can't really stress the importance of the context enough. Both the EU and the UK are facing restless, dissatisfied publics. There is a strong sense out there that the traditional system is not working for ordinary people. You've seen real and growing concerns over the future and pace of change, mirrored by a sort of a sense of nostalgia, of looking back, of feeling that people want their countries to be, quote unquote, the way they used to be, a sort of a comfort in the past. And real kind of, both on the social, societal and personal level, concerns and tensions for the future. And that underpins much of what people are thinking about, because for the public, we know that the EU and the UK relationship, it's not the most important thing to them. They have other issues on their plate, but it's about how do we create a narrative for this relationship that shows that it is delivering on some of these levels of concern. But they want us to do something because broadly Britain's and EU citizens think that Brexit hasn't delivered, and there is an openness to a closer relationship. There is permission to develop that relationship a bit more and look for ways for closer working amongst the public. Having said all that, as I said, there are still some relatively clear red lines in public opinion, or at least where it's going to be harder to get people to agree on some sides of the fence, and those divisions still exist. So people don't necessarily want the whole question reopened, but there is permission to develop that relationship and increase cooperation a little bit more. And particularly where people want that to focus on are trade, investment, immigration and crime. And probably from the EU side, we might add things like freedom of movement, climate change in there as well. But the trouble is there are doubts that that will be delivered, and that reflects the experience of kind of many people across Europe and the UK in terms of concern over how things have gone over recent years. And that's the challenge, showing that these priorities can be delivered on. Okay, thank you very much. That's where I am.
That was really fascinating, Gideon, and a really good kind of starting point for the day, I think, to frame what we're going to be hearing throughout the day. Just one of the points I'd like to kind of dig into a bit more, just with the news cycle the way it is at the moment, and Keir Starmer was here last night trying to, handle this tightrope between the US and the EU. And it was fascinating, the figure that showed that by a long shot, Europe is still, the EU is still seen as the most important relationship for Britons. Quite 47%, I think it was, compared to 21% in the US. And this survey was taken just last week, like since the Trump inauguration.
Yeah.
So is that a new trend, or is there any sense of in what way do they see that relationship? Like, is it just a relationship generally, or is there specific aspects?
There. Some of that is consistent with what we've seen in the past. So as I showed you, the kind of, there's generally been a sense that the EU has been more important to people. We've seen that in our work on trade as well. We've actually seen that in some of even our longer term trends. If you go back, go back to the 80s, it was different. You might have seen the Commonwealth higher, but in relatively recent political history, people have seen the EU as important. That doesn't mean that, and we see that in trade, but that doesn't mean, and I think there has been maybe a bit of a boost since the Trump inauguration, because we know that people are worried about the impact that might have on global stability, on trade with the US, for example. At the same time, we also know, when we do similar things, looking at the UK-US relationship, there is a strong sense that people want to believe in that special relationship, and there'll be a little bit of selfishness in this as well, as we'll see, as we would see, actually, I'm sure, if it happened if we were asking the EU publics as well. So we asked a question about potential tariffs. Excuse me, my voice. We asked a question about potential tariffs at the end of last year, and Brits were definitely worried if it applied to the UK. But actually, if tariffs applied to everyone else, including Europe, and not us, we weren't that bothered. So I wouldn't overstate them. I wouldn't overstate that. Yeah. People will want benefits from both. Yeah.
The other one I noticed was further on in the presentation. I think I wrote this down right, about priorities, and I noticed at the bottom of the list was for Britons, making it easier for British citizens to study or work in the EU, which surprised me, is right down to 11%. But on the other side, Europeans, number 2 was the issue as making it more difficult to live or work in the UK. So that seems to be asymmetric and would presumably play into the British negotiating hand, because they could say, well, the Europeans want to come to us more than our British people want to go to Europe. I was kind of surprised about that trend, about the free move, about ability to live and work in the EU, that it seemed to be quite low as a priority.
So I think that's a fair point. I think there is, even within the UK side or the GB side, when we look at the data in a bit more detail, there's quite a lot of divisions on that freedom of movement aspect. So it is much more important to the Remainers side, to the Remainer side of the argument, and and to younger people as well. I think it's as much that maybe in the UK people feel just a bit less fussed. So for example, something like freedom of movement and so the youth mobility plans. Actually, I think the data tends to show that people would support that. So it's maybe just that again, there'll always be a bit of cakeism when you're asking the public about what it is what they want and what they don't want, and they will always want anything. But there isn't a sort of an instinctive negative view towards the youth mobility scheme or something along those lines. So it may be that it's just not something that the public are picking up on as like, this is a desperate thing that needs to be improved in the way that they can focus more easily on trade.
The way, as you said, fish and the euro are redlined.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. they are much more touch points, at least in terms of public opinion is concerned.
Yeah. Any questions? Don't be shy. We should have a microphone in here. Yeah. Thank you. And make sure to introduce yourself. So this gentleman here. Yeah, third row. Yes.
Thank you.
And then,
Is it switched on?
yes.
Can you hear me? Yes. I'm David Brew from the European Movement in Scotland. I also chair one of the Scottish universities. What I wanted to ask, we all know that Scotland and Northern Ireland voted predominantly to remain in the EU. I wondered, A, whether your sample size allowed you to draw any regional conclusions within the UK, because we all know that it's a very different set of polities in different parts. And the second question, which is related to that, is in terms of age stratification, whether there are any significant differences between different age cohorts that you draw out. I mean, the insights that you get from the presentation were very valuable, Gideon, but I'm interested in whether you've been able to stratify it at all, either on a geographical basis or on an age cohort basis.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, the short answer is it's broadly as you'd expect. So, yes, you will continue to see Scotland. We have less data from Northern Ireland, but it wouldn't be surprising to, so there'll be specific issues in Northern Ireland. But Scotland and London continue to be more pro-EU in their thinking, in the same way as we saw from the 2016 result. And we also see kind of a clear age gradient, as we see in so many other things in politics. Actually, it's becoming more and more really the very oldest group. So it's like the 55 plus, even older than the 55 plus, who are the ones who are still where you have the sort of the strongest sense of leave feeling, or sort of still sort of Brexity feeling, anti-EU feeling is strongest amongst that group. But you can look at it in other ways as well. So we are seeing divides by sort of generational divides going on, particularly if we look at sort of Gen Z and sort of differences by gender within Gen Z. We're seeing that across a number of public issues. So, but broadly, there's a kind of the relationship you'd expect. So younger people, Scotland and London, most pro-EU in their thinking. But a lot of this stuff is shared by quite, there is a relative consensus that Brexit hasn't worked, for example. The issues around importance of trade, that's broadly shared.
Interesting. So over here, this gentleman over here.
Thank you very much. It's Andrew Hesselden here. I'm with Save Freedom of Movement and various other organisations that are to do with promoting mobility. I picked up on the same point. I note that freedom of movement continues to be important to Europeans, and there was an Omnisys poll in 2023 that revealed that 84% of Brits support mutual freedom of movement. So we can see there's lots of good support for youth mobility, but my question is the UK government misreading the room on mutual freedom of movement for everyone? Wouldn't that unlock a lot of the stalemate over Brexit?
So I think that's a really good question. And there is some support, certainly more support than opposition, I think, for free movement. But I think I can understand a certain amount of caution, because a lot will also depend on how it's framed. So if you're talking about freedom of movement, freedom of European citizens to move freedom of EU citizens to go to the UK, but also UK citizens to move to EU, particularly if you give it a youth aspect, there is less concern. But and I think there will be some levels of support. But we also know that immigration remains a kind of a key issue, particularly in terms of how the UK public thinks, but also in terms of EU citizens. Immigration and control or lack of control over borders is still a real kind of touch point in public opinion. I can see that, like, if the debate gets framed as much about losing control over borders, that would cause some. I could see how that would cause some political difficulties. At the same time, and I think Anand's report has looked at this a bit as well, that it may be that there's been so much dissatisfaction with how the UK government has dealt with immigration over the last couple of years since we've left Brexit, that it may be that sort of Leave supporters, those on that side, maybe are starting to think actually the issue wasn't so much about the EU after all. So that may be softening some of that opposition as well.
Just at the back, the gentleman there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Tilman Kupfer of Coburg Consult. I mean, 5 years of Brexit also find some good coverage in the German news, and they interviewed in Deutschlandfunk people in Clacton-on-Sea, which is a very famous town with a lot of Brexit supporters at the time. And they interviewed people on the street and what they think, and many Leave voters, and many of them regretted to have voted for Leave. But still, they are strong supporters of Nigel Farage. So what do you do with that?
I suppose it's what do you do? I mean, like, I don't know. Well, what's the question? There is, I think there is some regret and changing of mind amongst Leave supporters, but it would be a mistake to exaggerate that or to conflate a sense that it hasn't worked, which there clearly is a sense that it hasn't worked or hasn't delivered. Certainly, at the very least, it hasn't been an outright success. It's pretty clear that people, even Leave supporters, don't think it's been an outright success. But it would be a mistake to think that that means that they are all changing their minds and think it was the wrong decision in the first place. They are slightly more likely to have changed their minds than Remainers have done. So it's sort of the balance is slightly on the Remain camp, but it's not as if lots of those people have suddenly changed their minds and think the original decision was a bad one. I think is the important point.
Hi, I'm Arnold Mellon from UK in a Changing Europe. Gideon, I'm over 55, so I'm going to be sceptical and prove you right, if I may. On the first thing, you have that long list of things that people might want from the EU, and I've always thought in polling, presenting those sorts of trade-offs is really dangerous and really misleading, because if you said, for instance, okay, people want a customs arrangement, and PS, you've got to go around and scrap all the trade deals you've signed, you'd get a different answer. So how can we be confident in those sorts of questions, given the fact that people just don't really understand what lies beneath them? And secondly, the other thing that Ipsos does famously, you do your issues tracker. And isn't it worth pointing out that on your issues tracker, Brexit has fallen completely off the scale, which means that people might have these beliefs, but they might not want to see their government spending an inordinate amount of time on Brexit, given that they've got so many other priorities that they put ahead?
Yeah, and I'm nearly 55, so I'm also sceptical on some aspects. No, you're absolutely right. Of course, if you and this is partly also the point about the answer to the freedom of movement question. Yes, when we ask questions and we give, as we did, for example, when we talked about customs union, and you talk about, well, what if it meant joining the EU, the euro, or what if it meant greater access for EU fleets in UK fishing waters, you see how things change, and absolutely, that we can use polling more to look at that. We see it strongly in other areas. We see it in say attitudes to net zero, for example. We see when we start presenting people the trade-offs in terms of support for different net zero policies, particularly if you start talking about kind of personal economic impacts, You can see support fall. At the same time, if you talk about benefits, if you talk about co-benefits of net zero policy, so for example, it might improve your health or it might improve local levels of employment, you can see actually how you can build support as well. So it works both, it works both ways. Of course, these are sort of relatively simple top-line results that I'm giving you, but absolutely the framing of them will matter, and especially given your second point about, yes, it is certainly dropped off the agenda. It is not as important as it was before. I think partly that does give a bit of, it has two lessons. It means people probably don't want to kind of create the furore and the division that it did, but it does also give a bit of permission and opportunity to develop the UK-EU relationship if you can show that it's having an impact on the things that people are worried about. So that's the point, is that, like, yes, Brexit is down, but economy is still high, cost of living is still high, impact on public services is still high, concern about immigration is still high. So the issue is about showing how this kind of EU-UK relationship can deliver on some of the things that people are concerned about.
Okay, thanks. We only have a couple of minutes. I'm going to take 3 questions here. This lady here and the gentleman there, and I saw somebody over here as well. Yes, here. I saw 3. And we'll take them together. So.
Thank you. Elizabeth Crossick from RELEX, and also President of the British Chamber EU, Chamber of Commerce EU. Thank you for that fascinating talk. 2 questions. One, back to youth mobility. And I think it's really important how we can cut those statistics, or those insights, in maybe a better way, in the sense that you said, it's higher with Remainers and youth. But youth is the key to our future. I mean, they are the ones that will help us to innovate and all the rest. And they are the ones that are saying, we need this. And we've also got to listen to what the EU is saying. And that's where, where negotiation lies. But if you couple it with fear of immigration, then you get an immediate knee-jerk reaction. So is there a way of bringing those statistics, the results, in a way to show, to strategize what that youth vote what that youth might look like, in terms of age, in terms of sex, in terms of spread across the country? Because I think we've got to pull those statistics out and figure out a way to decouple them from that overall fairly toxic debate. If we go down into that rabbit hole, we will not come out. So that's my first question. And my second question is, fish? Really? Why? Please explain.
Okay, you can think about that one. Yes, gentleman at the back.
Richard Rose. 2 hot issues. Trade and security. The Prime Minister's view is he wants to have it both ways. There are questions about this. Have you asked, or if you did ask, if forced to choose between going with the EU or the United States on trade and tariffs, which would you choose? And equally on security, my own research shows that people have, pre-Trump, looked to Brits have looked to the EU on the economy and to the US for security. But
okay.
What does your research show in the light of Trump?
Yeah. And finally, this gentleman here, final question. Yeah, yourself, yeah.
Yes, my name is Paul Christoffersen. I'm a former Danish permanent representative. Now, the title of this conference is New Relationship. And I'm really wondering, if we are looking for a new relationship, is the recipe to rehash once more all the things we discussed in the Brexit negotiations and try to get, in some areas maybe, an improved result? Or should we rather look at the future, the things that were not present? We have security and defense in the new environment. We have artificial intelligence, for instance. we have climate, and not the climate as it was known when we had the negotiations, but climate now with Trump, drill, baby, drill. In general, if we were trying to concentrate on those areas, wouldn't that be a recipe for getting us closer together than redoing what we spent 5, 6, 7 or 8 years ago? I would include in my list also, what do we do with multilateral organizations? There are so lots of problems where we have the same interests.
Okay, thank you very much. So, final thoughts, Gideon.
So I think maybe I'd do it in reverse order. I mean, I think where the public are, they don't want to go back to 5 years ago, or whenever longer, 2016, 9 years ago. And they do want it to focus on things that are important to them now, but those things are, you know, as we talked about, economy, immigration. I mean, I would include things like climate change. I think you're right that people will want to focus on that. It's about making it work, and it's about showing to people that kind of, you know, people are going to be entirely up for cooperation, and like those are the easy bits, the bits that benefit both sides. Everyone's going to agree with. It's the more sticky ones that, you know, yes, people don't want to go back to the kind of those old divisions, but that doesn't mean that there aren't tricky trade-offs to negotiate. On trade and tariffs and defence and security. So we have asked on trade and tariffs what people prefer, and people generally do think it's more important to increase trade with the EU than the States. But as I said, they still value the United States relationship. I suspect if you asked a question around security, I don't know the answers, but I wouldn't be surprised if the emphasis from the British public was the other way round. Despite the fact that we know that there is increased levels of concern about the impact of the Trump inauguration and the Trump presidency, although we haven't, you know, need to see how those play out. So there is some concern there about what's happening with the new president, but even so, the US relationship will still be important to people, and Britain's will still have a relatively pragmatic relationship, a relatively transactional relationship to what they want to get from the relationship for the EU. On fisheries, I mean, I couldn't say, but I mean, it's clearly we know there are just these topics out there in public opinion that are a bit of a touch point, and it's no good. The important learning is where there are these kind of emotional stories. We can't just say to people, "Oh, you're wrong," you know, here are the facts, you're wrong. That doesn't change people's minds. We've got lots of experience of that type of argument not changing people's minds. What you need is an emotional argument that brings people along with you and explains how what you want to do ties into some of the things that are important to them. But we can't just kind of dismiss some of these concerns because we don't think they're rational enough. And then, I mean, there, as I said before, there are clearly differences by age. I'm sure if people want to pay us to do large-scale surveys so we can look at that into more detail, we'd be very happy to do so. Again, I'd sort of, but it's important to have we need to understand the full nature of the relationship and the full nature of public opinion. I mean, I'm kind of assuming that most people in this room are going to be in favour of kind of increased levels of EU cooperation, I suspect, because you're attending here. But we can't just, if that's the case, you can't just concentrate on, oh, these are the bits that bolster our argument. These are the bits that we know that young people are more in favour. We know that youth mobility, there is some level of support for this. You need to have an understanding of where the challenges in public opinion are, because they're just as important to you kind of building support and developing your narrative as where there's permissions as well.
Okay, well, on that note, that was a very good one. If there were some politicians here, I think they could take up that point about how to, no point in talking to the already converted in a sense. But thank you so much for that, Gideon. That was a really fascinating presentation and great questions and answers session. So thank you for your time. We're now going to have a coffee break, so don't go too far, as I say, but tea, coffee, etc. available in the foyer there. So thank you again, Gideon.
Thank you.
Right. Welcome back, everybody. If I could ask you to settle down, take your seats. Thank you for your patience with the long lines for the coffee. It all goes part of the territory. I'll just wait a second while everybody finds their seats and finishes off their conversations. Right. It's my great pleasure now to welcome Julie Lynn Tegland, who is the EMEIA Area Managing Director for EY, who's going to talk to us about Europe's competitive edge. If there's one word or a series of words now on the tongue of most people in the bubble, at least if not outside, is competition, competitiveness. So this is a highly topical topic, and I'm sure that we will learn a great deal from Julie's presentation. Without further ado, over to you, Julie.
Thank you. So, after the wonderful session before, I have the pleasure of speaking to you about competitiveness. I'm going to focus my comments on Europe and specifically the EU. I'll make a few references to the UK because I do think this is an issue for the continent, just not for the EU 27 or the UK individually. I do recognize that after the coffee break it's a little bit difficult, but I'm hoping that I can entertain you and provide you a few stats as to why I think this is super important. So a few months ago, I authored an article for Fortune about Europe's need to really focus on competitiveness. And I said if they need to do that if we want to shape the future with confidence. At the time, I said Europe is really facing some of the most complex challenges in history. Frankly, that was before the US elections. There was an urgent need for change then. And now, well, what's more urgent than urgency? I'm going to argue today that there's a real need for us to change the language. So perhaps instead of urgency, I should focus on importance, because it's items of importance that really matter in the grand scheme of things. And let's make no mistake, it's important that Europe find its competitive edge. Geographical disruption and volatility are on the rise. A force or a whole host of forces are at play that includes climate change, the rise of artificial intelligence, and shifting demographies. Competition from the US and from China has never been fiercer. All of this has led to a highly uncertain outlook. It's not just a shift in focus from urgency to importance where our language needs to change. Our language is important because it signals intent. I would really argue as a group, all of us together, we need to talk a lot less about regulation and a lot more about realizing growth. We need to focus on the economic benefits of sustainability, not disclosure. We need to navigate a delicate balancing act between protection of all of our citizens and innovation, which is critical for our future. Now, this does not mean an end to safeguarding our future. Far from it. It simply means that our focus needs to be on the end game. And that end game is really economic sustainability or security through sustainable and inclusive growth. If that's not our goal, ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing for our future? If we do not do this, I want to demonstrate what Europe will look like. It's clear in my eyes that it's going to struggle, and I'm going to give you a few stats to back up why I think Europe is already struggling. And I do say Europe, not just the EU. Our EY European Attractiveness Study, it looks at FDI and business sentiment. We've done this every year for about 20 years. The most recent survey came out last June. The next one's coming out in a few months. Do you know that our FDI across Europe declined in 2023? It fell more than 4% compared to 2022, and by the way, more than 11% since the pandemic. The number of jobs we created based on FDI fell sharply, another 7% down compared to 2022. And in fact, in the top 3 countries, we see massive declines. Let's look, and we'll start with Germany. FDI in Germany fell 12%. It's the heaviest decline since COVID. Investment in France fell 5%. And France did relatively well because, ladies and gentlemen, while investment was down, jobs at least were partially up, underlining some of the positive reforms that France has been able to make. In the UK, they bucked the negative trend, but only slightly, a slight increase by 6%, really driven by the resilience in Greater London and in the finance industry. Overall, these stats matter. Investment matters. Jobs matter for our future. These are some heavy risks, and we see the risks when we talk to the CEOs increasing. The 3 things that come top of mind. 1, regulatory burden. It's not going to surprise you. It's in every single page of the newspaper. Regulatory burden. It's not just carbon disclosure. It's not just data protection. It's not just the safe use of AI. Investors are really worried that this expanding regulatory framework is going to stifle growth and agility. It's the complications of not 1, 2, or 3 laws, but 27 implementation guidances that are out there. Number 2, energy costs and supply. Let's be honest, an energy price that's more than double of that in the US will have an impact on where Europe goes in the future and its competitiveness. I don't even need to talk about its future industrial policy and the ability of Europe to produce its own products. And thirdly, let's be clear, we don't exactly live in an environment of political security. I don't need to mention the wave of elections we've just gone through, but how about 2 that are still up and coming in some of our largest European countries, including Germany and France, and the political stability that we wake up to every single morning by the accounts of one US president. All 3 of these things weigh heavily on European competitiveness. Despite our hopes of a post-pandemic bounce back, it's been exactly the opposite. We've had incredibly slow economic growth, spiraling inflation, soaring energy prices, and challenging geopolitics. None of this has contributed to our competitiveness. Now, I'm sure everybody in this room has spent a lot of time looking at Mario Draghi's report, which really gave an excellent outlook for the urgent measures that Europe has to take. Reforming the innovation life cycle, decarbonization, enhancing security. Our findings agree with all of his points. The consensus is clear. There's an awful lot for us to do. Policymakers cannot deliver that change alone. We need to work hand in hand, making business carry also its responsibility to be part of this solution, driving investment, innovation, and a drive towards growth. If I look at where we've got to, I came up with 5 key actions that I'd like to talk you through as to what those priorities could be to put us on a path for wider European competitiveness. And I'm going to start with those. The first and foremost one saying we need, hopefully also the purpose of this Congress, we need to boost international trade and investment. That is a very positive statement. We need to boost international trade and investment. The next 5 years are going to be incredibly complicated with significant challenges. So while the EU seeks to reduce its external dependencies and pursue strategic autonomy, we need to be building close trading partnerships. That's going to be critical. And this is one that I really believe in with the UK. This is going to be particularly relevant, and I think it's fantastic to see the UK and the EU engaged in renewed dialogue. Now, I know rejoining the PEM is not going to be a silver bullet to improving overall UK and EU relations, but it will benefit some UK businesses, and it will allow the reintegration into the EU supply chain, which is important. Just alone, it's not going to be enough. We need a sharp focus on redefining global trade and investment. That means developing sustainable practices and free trade agreements that further digital transformation. The EU has to play its role in streamlining some of the complex regulation that risks making business costly and complex. But it's not just about the paperwork. We also need to make sure that we're playing fair, and that means continuing to support the reform of the World Trade Organization, focus on syncing up supply chains and custom codes. This will help keep the private sector in the loop and create a blueprint effectively for a thriving, equitable trading future. The EU needs to strengthen its bonds with its neighbors, and a united, thriving Europe benefits everyone. Number 2, we need the EU to unlock its competitiveness. Competitiveness needs to be the cornerstone of EU policy, and that means framing the digital and the green transition in terms of competitive advantage, not a regulatory burden. It comes back to my point on changing the language. Businesses that are more sustainable and more green are more attractive to win talent, but also customers. Instead of talking about that, we're focused on disclosure and disclosure burdens. We need to change the language and our intent. I think that's critical. We need to have a powerful message that says Europe is open for business and the brightest days are yet to come. Unlocking that private investment from a future capital markets union is important. But I know all of us in this room realize that's not something that's going to be accomplished in the next 24 months. But we could take a few steps, concrete steps, in realizing Draghi's simplified and rebranded savings and investment union to unlock some of the private capital that's out there across Europe. According to that survey that I spoke about, 32% of executives rank liquidity of financial markets and the availability of capital in the top 3 investment factors for deciding when to invest in a market, for deciding to come to Europe, which is what we need them to do. It's a critical component. That capital market, the single market, is so critical for business. It's important to protect it and to expand it. I want to say just one thing, and it's almost a side note, but it's absolutely the essence for this capital market and ensuring that we're building and thriving in this direction. Trust is the currency of those markets, and the EU and Europe both need to double down and ensure that we're fighting financial crime to keep it safe. My third point is driving the digital transition. I know you would have expected it. I'm telling you, the rate at which digital technology, including AI, is impacting our lives more than ever before. And I'm not just talking about social media. AI itself, especially as we move into a world of agentic AI, will bring new risks, but also huge opportunities. The EU has led the globe in terms of regulating the digital space. I'm super proud of that. We've protected our citizens. But I have to be honest with you, the US has led the globe in terms of investment in this space, by far. And now with DeepSeek, China has led the globe in terms of innovation without the capital. This highlights what can be done in terms of investment and what is needed to be done to make sure that we're keeping our cutting edge. The EU's digital playbook should be clear: safety, innovation, and standards. All 3 of them are absolutely essential. Protecting citizens, as I said before, is non-negotiable. But it's also important not to stifle creativity. We need the EU to be a magnet for bright minds, not to hinder them. As tech innovation races ahead, Europe should take the lead on shaping the global roadmap, pushing for shared ethical standards that really open doors for businesses worldwide. And this balanced approach to government will promote innovation while migrating risks. I think the second area where the EU is led in regulation, and my fourth point, is aligning prosperity with sustainability. The EU has been leading the way in terms of pursuing a more sustainable future. Let me tell you a stat that you probably don't know, and it's a positive one that we do not talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, 67% of businesses, 67% consider Europe much better than other regions in supporting them to achieve their sustainability goals, pursuing new business models, being more attractive in adjusting their supply chains. Europe wins on this front. I really say what I said before, we need a change in language. Instead of talking about sustainability as a burden, we need to talk about it as an economic opportunity for companies who are leading the way to excel, to becoming not just European champions, but global champions in their field. Businesses know they need to embrace a sustainable business strategy if they want to look to the future with confidence. And that means ensuring a sustainable supply chain, meeting the expectations of consumers, and ensuring resilience in the face of change. Government's got to provide the right backing and incentives, and that makes going green a no-brainer. Europe's on the brink of a sustainability revolution, and the world is watching. I think EU ESG reporting needs to be clear. No more data chaos, no more alphabet soup, but really clear in one set of rules for everyone, all across the EU. And we need businesses to rally to drive towards that net zero future. And I can tell you when I speak to the CEOs, they're on the journey, and we see some great evidence of changed business models already today. The last point I want to make is probably the most important because it relates to all of our future. It's a commitment to skills and talent. As we prepare for a greener and more digital future, equipping the workforce with the right skills is an imperative. Let me give you a second stat. I talked about 67% of business on sustainability. 62% say that Europe outperforms competitors in relation to technology skills that are available here. We have a pool of talent across Europe that's highly educated, that has the right skills, and that attracts in itself investment. But we need to make sure that we're continually equipping the next generation with education that includes sustainability skills and emerging tech. It's not just about book smarts. It's about ensuring that they have life skills for adaptability, resilience, the ability to learn, and to learn rapidly. The EU should be that magnet for that skill set. One way to do that would be to consider introducing a European skills badge. Think of it like a passport for talents, making every skill count, whether it's learned in the classroom or outside, making sure that your workforce was recognized for those skills and recognized everywhere for a solid base of skills. Europe's path to competitiveness is clear, but I know the journey is not going to be easy. I would put forth that businesses need to be an active participant and held accountable. The future attractiveness of Europe as a place to live and to work, it's not just a shared interest, it's a shared responsibility. While government can create the conditions for growth, the private sector must take the initiative to invest, to innovate, and to lead. Europe faces some real distinct challenges. Geopolitical tensions to coordinate efforts across multiple countries. This makes bold business leadership even more important. it needs to respond now faster to these challenges, and it requires a more unified approach. I know the challenges are significant, but I also know if we get it right, Europe's going to unlock its full potential, driving sustainable growth for generations to come. I want to close with a quote, and it might surprise you a bit. My quote is, "In the long history of humankind, those who've learned to collaborate and to improvise most effectively have prevailed." The quote's attributable to no other than Charles Darwin, and it's a reminder for both government and business to really cooperate, but also to adapt in order to compete effectively, not just to survive, but to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julie, for that very thoughtful presentation. Yes, collaboration, cooperation, very much the themes of today's conference. I'm now going to hand over to Simon Nixon, and he can introduce his panel onto the stage. Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much to Julian Tiglan for setting up this panel very nicely. I really take the point that this is a European continental-wide crisis, not just an EU problem of competitiveness. And there was some pretty dire outlook that she set up on the way that the EU or the Europe is exporting capital and failing to attract FDI. I think it's a pretty grim scenario. Anyway, to discuss that on this panel, we have Darren Ennis, the Group Head of EU Affairs for Vodafone, Nick Collier, Managing Director of the City of London's Brussels office, and Dirk Bleeker, the Chief Commercial Officer for Sage. So if they could come up to the panel. Right. Thank you. Well, as Nick Thomas Simmons said earlier, one of the ways in which this is a well-timed discussion is that this just comes just a few days after, on the same day, both Rachel Reeves set out a growth agenda for the UK and the European Commission published its competitiveness compass. And I note that in neither of those was there any, apart from a single sentence in Rachel Reeves' speech, neither really discussed UK-EU trade or economy at all, so we can fill in the gaps here. So if I come to start, I'll come to you, to Darren first. You're to set out your thoughts on what how you see the growth challenge for Europe.
Thanks a lot, and it's great to be here. And apologies in advance. I have to apologise. Our group Chief External Affairs Officer was due to be here today, but unfortunately is ill. So I'm stepping in, and I'll do my best. On the EU, just to make a very quick point on the EU-UK collaboration, I think yes, in public that was probably the case, and I think that's because there is a sort of a political elephant in the room. However, from our experience, certainly behind the scenes, I think there is definitely a lot of discussion going on in terms of collaboration, and we've seen with the Prime Minister here last night, and we also see with an EU-UK summit coming up, and certainly Vodafone, as you know, is corporately headquartered in the UK. We are in 19 other countries, including in the EU, where Germany is in fact our biggest market. So certainly from our discussions, we definitely see a definite change in tone and a lot more positivity around that EU-UK relationship. So I think it was more they were avoiding a public discourse rather than anything else. But getting back to the question in hand, and in terms of European competitiveness, not just UK and not just the EU, I think today is an example of we need to reframe that it needs to be European competitiveness, particularly given the challenges that Julie outlined earlier on. From a Vodafone perspective, we believe there are three ingredients to Europe's economic success: modernisation of our competition rules, re-regulation of the single market, or in brackets, further modernisation, and achieving continental scale. So let me deal with the first one, modernisation of competition rules. And actually, this is an area in which we hope and we believe that the recent decision in the UK to approve the merger of Vodafone and Three by the CMA and Ofcom could be a blueprint, could be a good example of how EU competition policy can change. What do we mean about that? What we saw in the UK was, first of all, Julie talked about collaboration. We saw real clear collaboration between the CMA and Ofcom. We believe that could be a blueprint for increased cooperation, for example, between DG Connect and DG Competition. And then secondly, what we seen was a mindset change. We can change all the rules, we can change all the frameworks, we can change all the regulation, but if it's not accompanied by the mindset, it's just words on a paper. And sadly, in the previous commission, there was a lot of talk about flexibility and the rules were fit for purpose, but they didn't have the right mindset. What we've seen now in the UK is a mindset which is forward-looking, it's innovation focused, and it's not looking to the past, it's looking to the future. It allows, it's not just that 2 and 2 equals 4 when it comes to investment, but actually can be amplified and bigger. We're seeing an 11 million investment by us, for example, in the UK. So we definitely want to see that more forward-looking approach in terms of competition. In terms of the single market, we need to reduce the barriers. We need to put into action the letter and the Draghi report. Just for our sector alone, we identified at least 52 barriers to the single market when we in our submission. Everything from lawful intercept through to if we launch our satellites tomorrow, we've got 27 different markets. We should have an EU market for satellites. They're just two examples. So we need to reduce that. And then finally on scale, we are heartened by both President von der Leyen's mission letters and her priorities, and also Rachel Reeves' speech. I think there is a commonality there in the need for scale. And I'm just picking up on what Julie said earlier. What we want to see is that when we talk about scale, we want to see a level of ambition. Europe too often sort of goes from a defensive protectionist perspective rather than a proactive innovation focused perspective. And our worry actually is that what we're seeing more and more is that the old analogy of US innovates, Europe regulates and China copies is becoming actually sadly truer and truer by the day. So we can change all the words, all the regulation, all the framework, but actually what we need is a change in the mindset.
Thank you. I'd come to you, Nick. Next, how would you frame the growth challenge or the competitiveness challenge?
I thought Julie just did that very well. It was brilliant, Julie. So I too reread the Competitive Compass and Rachel Reeves' speech, and I agree. It is striking in a way how little reference there is to sort of cross-border cooperation on the EU side, more in Rachel Reeves, to be fair. So I think the reset is very welcome. I mean, the fact we're having this today, the fact the Prime Minister's here, And the fact that Nick Thomas-Simmons talked about lots of ministerial visits to Brussels, which is good, but also I pick up on my travels, I spend a lot of time in the capitals, also a lot of ministerial visits to member states. So I think there is a reset. I was here in the mission, then UKREP in 97, and there was a reset in 97, right, a political reset, and it really did make a difference. It was a lot easier then because we were still at the table, as it were. Now we've left the room, so it's a bit harder. So I do think that matters, and a reset is a win-win, right? Brexit was a lose-lose, and I think recognition of that is growing. And on these two growth agendas, they're basically the same. I mean, I think Julie was right to talk about Europe, so the UK and the EU together. Getting more investment is the key thing, right? And investment in innovation, broadly speaking, increased productivity, investment in sustainability, to see those as growth opportunities, not burdens, I think is very important. And they're the same on both sides, right? Indeed, that we have a growth ambition, our vision for economic growth in the city. I mean, it's the same, basically. And so it's good that services is at the heart of that, and financial services and investment actually is also at the heart of that. And by definition, global financial markets are cross-border. So I think some more recognition of that would be very helpful. We are, however, stuck with the trade deal, which doesn't recognise the importance of services. Some of you probably heard me say very publicly, it's a terrible trade deal because it doesn't cover, I think Nick says 81% of our economy, the UK economy is now services. The European economy is high 70s, I think. Even Germany is now over 70% services. And yet we have a trade deal which doesn't cover the services sector. So it's a 19th century trade deal, right? It's not even a 20th century trade deal. And now we're faced with a 19th century mercantilist in Washington. Kind of serves us right? Let's move on and let's have some more ambition on both sides. I'm happy to come back and talk a bit more about the EU plans for developing financial services if you like, but I'll do that in a minute.
I'd definitely like to do that. Dirk, how do you see the growth challenge?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for having me here. I'll start with a little bit of background on Sage because we're probably not as well known as Vodafone, but you know we're turning into a pretty big company. So Sage, a bit of an origin story. We were founded in Newcastle in a pub in 1981, a long time ago now, and we were once a small business. Today we serve over 3 million small businesses and medium-sized businesses around the world, here in Europe, in many European countries, in the UK and in North America. So a global business listed on the London Stock Exchange. We provide our customers with accounting, payroll, HR, financial management, ERP software, basically. Software that helps them run their business, get paid, make payments, check their inventory, and do their books. So where we get very excited about the potential for competitiveness, as was mentioned before, and innovation, is this nexus of digitization and small business. There are 100 million people employed by small businesses in the EU. 99% of businesses, whether in the UK or in the EU, are small and mid-sized businesses. So there's a huge part of our economy about which there's not a lot of discussion, which is not often in the media, but which truly are the engine both of economic growth and often also in the early cycle of economic recovery. Those businesses are in the EU woefully under-digitized, and there is the opportunity. We've done some work with external agencies to size that. We think if we take the bottom half of the EU SMEs to the level of digitization of the median, that's about 700 billion annually, 700 billion of additional GDP for the European Union, to pay for a lot of what's in Draghi's wish list. So that would be an incredible economic growth engine. So how do we start that engine, right? How do we get EU businesses to digitize quicker? Well, the good news is that I think in the EU, and we're also in discussions in the UK with the UK government, but in the EU, you've already taken one of the most important steps. But we've taken it, and I think the previous speaker referenced that, the framing, we've taken it through the lens of regulation, the lens of VAT in a digital age, of tax compliance, of closing the tax gap. But actually, all the evidence we have from other countries that have adopted e-invoicing, which is what VIDA is all about, is that electronic invoicing is a gateway to digitization for small businesses. If you want to guess at what is the most common tools used today to do invoicing, to keep your books, to do your business, to run your business, to forecast in small business, it's Excel and it's Word. That is our biggest competitor in many ways. But obviously that is an enormous opportunity, because the small businesses using those tools are not getting the insight that they need, are not benefiting or not going to benefit from this wave of AI, agentic AI, that was referenced before, that is coming. I mean, we are right in the middle of it. We have launched that to thousands of customers already. All our products will have agentic AI in the next 2 years. So this is not a future reality, this is today's reality. But obviously, what we'll see is a huge disparity between those businesses that have chosen to invest in digitizing their business to drive their competitiveness and those that get left behind. E-invoicing is the gateway to drive all of our businesses around the EU to start that digitization journey. And our surveys show that 9 out of 10 businesses that have adopted e-invoicing go on to invest in more digital technology. One of the key pillars of that is that e-invoicing helps with late payments, which links into another important policy objective for the EU. It absolutely is the panacea to late payments, and late payments, solving that drives cash flow, which allows businesses to invest with security, with the knowledge that they're going to get paid, and that they can pay their bills. So this congruence, not by complete accident, but slightly by accident, of creating VIDA to drive VAT and tax compliance, is also about to drive a massive wave of digitization around the EU, if we let it, right? If policymakers use these tools in the right way, if we frame it in the right way. And finally, you can tell I'm a fan of e-invoicing, but e-invoicing is also a potential key underpin to lightening the regulatory load and the compliance burden on small businesses, but all businesses, for carbon reporting. Because all you need to do is add the right codes to e-invoices, and you'd be able to track who's buying who, what their carbon footprint is, and do all the math to get you to accurate carbon calculations. Now, again, that takes a bit of policy drive. It takes the EU institutions and eventually the UK government to link these different things together, right, rather than running these programs in silos. So that's an exciting opportunity. 800 billion is, there's not a lot of 800 billion pots of money around the EU. And I'm hoping that by turning up here often enough and talking to you all about the importance of this, that we really deliver this as the EU and hopefully also with the UK government.
Thank you, Doug. Just picking up on some of the points you've all made. I mean, coming back to you, Nick. You and I both read the Reeves and the Compass we've discussed in the last couple of days. What struck me reading both of those was how familiar they both were. Both Reeves' speech and the Compass felt like documents that you could have read. It could have been issued at any time in the last 15 years. I'm just thinking of the EU Compass in particular. Some of the initiatives around single capital markets union, energy union, even the 28th legal regime, which has sort of reappeared, which every decade seems to come back again. What gives you confidence that this time that that these initiatives could actually be delivered?
Well, not a lot of confidence, to be honest with you. We actually held an event here in Brussels last week called 10 Years On from CMU. You remember Lord Hill, the British Commissioner, launched CMU in 2014. I would actually claim it goes back to sort of 98, 99 when we had the first Financial Services Action Plan to create a wholesale single market in Europe. It's all about creating a single market. And I mean, Lord Hill would now say that the typical EU approach to trying to solve a problem is more regulation. Brussels is a giant sausage-making machine, as we all know, and probably you needed to rethink it a little bit. But the fundamental problem is the same over the last 20 years, which is that you talked about SMEs, Dirk, most SMEs don't go to the capital market for their financing when they want to break through to be a bit bigger, right, to build a new factory or whatever it is. In America, they do, right? They typically issue a bond, let's say. That doesn't happen in Europe, and the financing is either by profits, most SMEs finance their growth by their own profits, or they go to their local bank. Nothing wrong with banks, but you've got no choice. So that's a fundamental, but that hasn't really changed very much in Europe in that whole period. And the US economy does it differently, and it grows much, much faster, and as a result, their capital markets are huge in comparison to the EU capital markets. The New Financial, those of you who don't know, New Financial, other think tanks are available, does an excellent report. There's charts in their latest report on 10 years are really quite striking about the disparity in the member states in the US, and some member states stand out as well. The second problem, though, is there's a corporate financing. The second problem is that Europeans, and I include British people in this as well, save quite a lot on average, but we save in the wrong things, right? We save in cash, we save on deposit, which over the last few years is, sounds a negative interest rate, right? Why are Europeans not saving in real productive assets? And that's partly a cultural problem. And there's a bit of tax in there as well, I guess, depending on what country you're in. That's very, very difficult to change from the centre. And both of those things, in a way, are cultural. So I think the challenge, to be fair to the European Commission, is this is really something for member states to do. And I think that's where you've got to I think it's with Draghi, I think it's with the von der Leyen report, I think we're about to see a new relaunch of, as you said, Simon, Savings Investment Union, we think will be the title, or CMU3 if you want to use the old terminology. And I think what they're doing in the Commission is visiting the member states and saying, as part of their structural reform problems, you've got to change this. But takes a long time to build up a funded pension system. Those who've got them, Sweden, Netherlands, stand out. The UK's not bad. We used to be, years ago, market leader, not so much now, but it's still very strong. And then the question is, those pensions can be invested in more productive assets. And the one tricky thing is, they also need to be invested internationally. Because I don't want my pension just invested in the UK, and I don't want a Dutch person's pension just invested in Holland. So there is a question that it needs to be cross-border. And that means, the good news is, it means a lot of investment into the EU, but it also means investment out. And I think that's also a cultural problem, in this case for the public sector, to think, actually, this is quite a good thing. And I think there are way too many finance ministers who still think of the savings in whatever country you happen to live in, or your savings are invested in your country. And that's really not very helpful. So we hope, if I glass half full, glass half empty, if I'm saying glass half full, they're going to try again. There are certain things you can do. Maybe 28th regime, we shouldn't. I've lived through it last time, it didn't work last time, maybe it will work this time. Work on insolvency, these really, really long-term, sort of relatively boring under the radar reforms you need. But the big things are to get the C in CMU, capital in CMU, which comes from our pensions, our savings, channeled into the SMEs that Dirk talked about faster. And, final point, do it in a collegiate, cooperative way with the UK and Switzerland. I mean, UK and Switzerland provide massive investment channels into the EU. They also, by the way, were quite good at taking your savings and taking them out and investing in the rest of the world. The euro markets have gone from London, because Lord Hill, could talk about CMU, and London was the capital market centre of Europe. You had a ready-made international financial centre in the European Union. You don't anymore, but you can still use, Zurich, Geneva, London, Edinburgh, Glasgow as gateways. So we would hope that the two sides can actually look at these things together, because as the starting point of this conversation was, the growth challenge is the same.
Yes. Certainly, I think one could make it a pretty strong argument that a large part of the growth differential between Europe and America can be accounted for by the fact that the European banking system has had pretty much zero credit growth for over a decade, whereas America, you've got private credit has filled that gap in a big way. Darren, to you, one of the things I found most shocking actually in the Compass was the statement that in the intra-EU trade has actually, as a percentage of GDP, has actually declined over the last decade or so in goods and in services, suggesting that actually you talk about the need for scale, but actually it looks as if what's actually happening is the opposite. It's becoming more fragmented. So I wonder if you have your thoughts on. Nick said some of the problems. A lot of these are problems for the member states. I wonder if that's you see that too in your sector. To what extent some of the obstacles to creating scale in European business are actually the fragmentation of regulation at national member state level, and what could be done to overcome that?
You have basically defined, I think, in a few words, the problem with the model. And we, it's not for us to, we're not politicians, but we have to deal with what I call the model, right? So EU, a clear difference between the EU and the US is the US it's a federal government, decisions are made in Washington. It's clear, even more so, obviously, in the last week we've seen that. In the EU, the problem still remains the same. It's a collection of 27 countries with their own views, their own, to be honest, their own challenges, and their own voters, right? And their own demographics. And therefore, when they come to Brussels, and this is when we talk about harmonization and we talk about breaking these barriers down, when it comes to the crunch, it's very difficult for them to, for some reason, to make that leap. I'm going to give you a concrete example. So when it comes to Draghi and Letta, we have 27 leaders. Sorry, it's not 28, but 27 leaders come to Brussels. It's all about growth, prosperity, competitiveness, and we get a wonderful set of conclusions which support Draghi and Letta. That then translates across into Ursula von der Leyen and her priorities, and we think, hooray, this is great. And for us as from a telecom sector, we're even more delighted by the fact that telecoms is in the top 3 priorities to drive this growth in terms of digitalization, which both have talked about. Connectivity is the engine room to the digitalization. But then the week before December, telecom ministers turn up in Brussels. They have a meeting, and honestly, it's like they're on another planet, or they've not listened, or they've been somehow living in their own world where there's no problem. There's no problem with, we don't need reform of telecoms, the telecom market. We don't need to step up when it comes to digitalization. There's no issue here. There's no problem. And that's what we face, right? As businesses, this is the political disconnect between the leadership and basically the ministers and then the services. And if you're a business and you look at that, and if you're one of our investors, right, because Vodafone, we were created, in fact, in an Indian takeaway or Indian restaurant
next door to the pub
in just outside of in Newbury, outside London, and we came, and our success comes from the single market. But as you see, we have retrenched, right? We've just left Spain. We've just left.
I think we're all right. Yeah.
We just left.
That snapped off.
Well, we left Spain. We left Italy. We're still in the UK as a result of the recent deal. But we need, coming back to that, like, that's the problem we face, right? It's that if you're an investor, you look at, I can invest, they have a choice. They have a choice.
Flip it down, yeah.
They have
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah.
I am Irish, so I think you can hear me.
It's working now, I think.
It's working now. They have a choice. They can invest in Europe, or they can invest in the US, or they can invest in China. And what we're seeing is the choice is they are investing in China and they're investing in the US. And final point is, which I would say is, you know, to use a sort of a war analogy or whatever, or to be Trump-esque, but you know, I think if you're the UK and the EU, you know, if you look at what's the common sort of enemy, this could actually be, I believe, an opportunity now that actually, you know, you don't have to have, you can be 28. You don't need to have all of the bells and whistles and the bureaucracy or whatever to collaborate, to cooperate, as Julie said, right? You can act as 28, but and until we have that mindset change, nothing will change. So the problem often, Brussels gets the blame, but the problem often isn't in Brussels. And for us, the problem is in the member state. The problem is that the member states need to make that leap. It is difficult. We see it now in Germany with the upcoming elections. We've just seen it in other recent elections with regards to the views on the EU and shift to the right. But until that changes, until member states put the EU first, then nothing will change.
Dirk, you raised the issue of silos as well in relation to digitisation. I mean, what would you like to see in terms of removing barriers to digitisation? I see that the EU, for example, has proposed I think it's called the European Business Wallet. It's a classic Brussels to try and encourage cross-border digitisation. But I suppose the key in terms of digitisation is interoperability across so that you can actually transact across all the whole of the EU. Do you see what would you like needs to happen to make that come?
Yeah, I think the silos I was referring to is, you know, across EU departments, but I also would echo your comment that it's how it then lands in the member states, and that often creates that barrier to actually taking, for example, digital products and moving them cross-border. And you sometimes feel like the regulation on the one hand is pushing you forward, and there's another part of the regulation that's putting the handbrake on as you're doing that. So if you're, you know, a ultimately digital services provider like us, a software provider, if you're building a business like ours, if you're starting a tech business, then, you know, let's think about, for example, data regulation, how that's applied in different countries, but also regulation around data security, second on cloud, and, you know, even in e-invoicing, we're now facing potentially different regulatory regimes about how data is stored, different sort of protocols on how data is transferred, and all that does is duplicate work for people like us who are trying to, you know, ultimately get services to customers, and those customers want to benefit from it. So trying to scale I'll talk as an operator of a tech business. Trying to scale a tech business in Europe can therefore be challenging. I think we shouldn't overstate that. You know, we sometimes forget in the US you also have states. So when you think about, you know, we have working time directive implementations, well, so does the US, right? They also vary by state. It can also be quite complicated to operate across different US states, pay people, etc. But the foundational layers, they have created a single infrastructure through the federal government system. Not that I'm advocating that in the EU, but I think the EU needs to get better at, and the member countries, identifying more of those foundational layers of the 21st century and beyond that, that need to be in common, that maybe didn't seem so important when the EU was founded, but are truly foundational to how society operates today, and that those powers need to be more embedded than in a single European Union, and then together with the UK aligned. That would really, I think, drive a lot of business and allow this problem we have in tech is always about getting beyond the startup to a scale-up phase, right? So that's partly financing, but it is also, if your addressable market is either just France or Germany or Spain, in the end you lose to somebody whose addressable market starts with the United States of America. So we need to make that addressable market the European Union from the start. So if we think everything from that perspective, that I think is the key to unlocking more productivity, more digital growth, and also for SMEs to be able to really sell their services across borders.
I'd like to throw it open to questions if anybody from the audience would like. Yes, have we got a mic? Yes, we have got a microphone. Yes, why not do that? I can hear you.
We're supposed to be able to throw our voices in great distances. I would like to know why I can't have Vodafone here in Belgium. I am stuck with the choice between Orange, which is fairly bad, and the horrible Proximus, which has a virtual monopoly in this country. Anybody who lives here, as I do, will probably agree with that. Now, I would be very happy to have Vodafone. Why can't I?
Well, actually, we used to own quite a lot of Proximus when I think it worked. Look, in all seriousness, you've hit on a point around scale, and you talked about the US, and what we see in the US is the US has three main operators, right? They also have around 80% now of 5G connectivity, and when we talk about 5G, we talk about 5G standalone, what we call industrial level of 5G, not the little sticker on your phone, but the 5G that you need and SMEs need. And in the EU, we are, if we're lucky, depending on sort of between around 15 to 20%. In China, it's around 70%. But in the US, that has gone from about 45% to 80% in about 18 months. Why? Because they see the scale, right? You look at the numbers. Deutsche Telekom essentially is subsidized from T-Mobile in the US because of scale. Because here in Europe, we're obsessed about what we call in-market consolidation versus cross-border. And what everybody in the Commission and in the EU and member states and telecom keep preaching about cross-border. So, in fact, that we could have Vodafone cross-border, you can have Orange cross-border, Proximus cross-border. But, first of all, the barriers, as I said, we have 51 barriers to that. So from a single market perspective, we've actually ended up creating more barriers year on year from when Vodafone was first formed. But secondly, the scale, the market structure within each member state doesn't create scale to create national champions, right? So the choice that is being made is, it's not just, price is important, but we have an attitude here that it is all about price and not about quality of service, coverage. So you talk about not leaving anyone behind. We have that motto, right? So investing, for example, last week, we made the very first direct to mobile device call via satellite. Why is that important? Satellite isn't the Elon Musk version of satellite that it revolves. No, satellite is an overlay of existing technology that you need. You need the existing 5G, you need the rollout. But what it does allow you to do is that in areas such as in the remote parts of Scotland or Cumbria or in the remote parts of Italy or Spain, we can give coverage, but without having to dig up roads and whatever else. So we get, again, the return on investment. But that requires money and scale. And the problem again, so ultimately we still come back to, we have 27 ministers who think about their own local market first. They're only interested in their own local market, and they're not thinking about the bigger picture like Letta and Draghi, which is, imagine if you could have 27 national champions who could become a European champion, who could become a global champion. So we still come back to that mindset approach. So that's the reason why you can't have not just us, but we are never going to reach that pan-European aspiration for our sector unless we solve the in-market consolidation first.
It's interesting. Yes, over here.
Hiya. In between the referendum result in 2016 and Britain actually leaving the EU in 2020, I think the European Commission abolished roaming charges around 2018. Now, the second Britain left the European Union, telecoms companies, and I'm not pointing the finger at you, Darren, but it was all the telecoms companies. But the second Britain left, they reintroduced the roaming charges for Brits travelling in the EU. And so my question is it really worth fleecing British travellers in Europe when the cost of doing so probably has quite a negative impact on growth?
Well, maybe, just throwing it out there, maybe a priority from the EU-UK summit could be that Britain rejoins the roaming union, and maybe there's an agreement on the roaming regulation. That can be done. It's not that difficult. But just to clarify, it's not as simple as you lay out, because we all have different packages, we've all got different roaming. It's the evolution of the market, it's the evolution of the packages. For example, in the EU last year, we had a big battle around the Gigabit Infrastructure Act, which everybody knows about. There was a battle around what we call intra-EU calls. So actually, what we would like to see is again, coming back to the single market, even the roaming regulation as it stands, and the roaming and as great and as brilliant and we fully support it as it is in itself is not fully harmonized to the extent that we would like it to be harmonized. There's so many nuances. And the one that you talk about, the UK, that's more of it's, to be frank, it's a nuance rather than actually can it happen. Because actually it depends really in the UK what package you yourself have. But there, for me, for example, and actually we need to be thinking about global roaming, how do we, if your company or your companies, they go beyond the UK, but they work beyond European Union borders. So, we're seeing the evolution now, Vodafone, we're now seeing global eSIMs, lots of development there. So we actually need to think more global as well, and this is just an example of that.
Any other questions? Yes, Anna Menon at the back there. No, yes, I think. No, here comes the microphone. Yeah.
I've got a comment and a question. I mean, the comment is that all the talk about Draghi and Letta just give me horrible flashbacks to the debate we had about the Lisbon agenda. And it was exactly the same dynamic. Everyone talking a good game, member states not doing anything but blaming the Commission because it was a European initiative. And I just wonder whether you had any thoughts on how to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. And the question, that was a question as it turns out, so I've got two questions. The question is, we've heard a lot about investment, a little bit about skills, but actually nothing at all about what I think is the fundamental issue when it comes to growth in Europe, which is demographics. We've got an aging population, declining fertility, which means not only that we struggle to generate economic growth, but more taxes are required to keep older people well. And I just wondered, from the perspective of business, what you think the solution is. Is it to increase immigration significantly with the political blowback that will necessarily imply, or is it something else?
There's a challenge. Nick?
Well, we never answer that question, and it's far too dangerous. But I mean, on mobility, we get asked a lot in the city about mobility. And the city depends on access to skills and talent, right? And new, fresh talent and skills coming in, you know, all the technology, you know, the kids from Lithuania with, you know, fintech, stuff like that, you know, we want them to come. And the city is hugely international. I mean, it's like 30% of the workforce is European. But at the moment, we don't have a problem with access to talent because, of course, we tend to pay quite well, right? So if you like a very selfish bubble, it's kind of okay. I mean, you've seen a big change. My colleagues are now, you know, mostly Australian, right? Because they come in on a youth mobility visa from Australia, whereas they used to come in from Germany. So we see a slight change. So youth mobility, I think, is very important. And I think industry needs to think really long and hard about what we say, I guess, to our government, is your question really, about mobility. But I mean, in a narrow sense, that's okay. But demographics, absolutely. I mean, you know, my asset management stakeholders would see that and would agree with you. I think that's probably the biggest challenge in Europe is financing aging populations, which most European countries are not doing very well, including, sadly, I think the UK. But we're probably better than the European average. Really, really worrying. So you've got to step up levels of savings for retirement provision. Whether you, and then I think the other answer, speaking as an economist, is what Dirk was talking about. You bring you finance productivity changes, right? I mean, the answer to an aging population is your kind of Japanese answer, which is you invest in more technology, and we're not doing that very well either.
I just echo that. I think again, we're not in the politics, but it's hard to conceive that a massive shift in immigration policy is going to come anytime soon. So the only way out is through innovation and technology driving productivity. Whether that in some ways the emergence of AI or AI as we now know it with LLMs and agents couldn't have come at a better time, right? Because all of a sudden, the more truly agentic AI becomes, as in it can do the work of humans more and more, the more workers we effectively have in our economy without having to have more people. So that, I'm not saying it's a panacea for all ills, but innovating our way out of problem has been a human trait from the beginning, and I think this is a problem that we'll have to innovate our way out of, which is why creating the right environment to drive that innovation in Europe is so important, because it's the only way that I think anyone could offer truly out of that demographic conundrum.
Yes, over here.
Thank you. This is relating to Nick's comments right at the beginning about trade and services, and reflects on the gentleman at the back's question. And my question was, why isn't the government doing more to promote the public understanding of the mobility of people and things like equivalence and recognition of qualifications? Because then it's the flip side of the immigration, promoting the mobility people need to provide services across Europe. Why isn't the government doing more?
Anyone wants to pick up on that?
Well, actually, I come in at a different angle as well. I think it is related to harmonisation and some of the barriers there. You talk about digitalisation. So we're sitting on a number of pieces in the EU of potential regulation around the e-wallet, e-ID, whatever. And unfortunately, it's a mindset again issue, because in my country, I'm Irish, our view of ID cards versus, for example, here in Belgium are very different. When I moved to Belgium, I now see the benefit. I turn up with an ID card, I have everything on there, right? That's my mindset. I'm open, I'm happy once it's within a secure framework. For example, when it comes to mobility and skills, we all have LinkedIn profiles, right? How many of us actually, whenever you go for a job, how many times do you redo your CV? We'll stick this on, or imagine actually on your card, your training, your development. When you left school, what exams you done, when you left college, it's all there, right? And it's all equal. And that's where the digitalization actually comes in, as also digitalization equals democratization as well, right? And that's the trick. And for me, I can talk from an EU perspective, but again, you come back to the problem. You have 27 different views on an e-wallet, on an ID card, on all of these things, and that's the constant problem we come back to. You can come up with, again, coming back to Menon's point around, you can blame Brussels, but at the end of the day, Brussels has come up with some of these ideas, these great ideas that can help with solving these issues, but when it comes to agreeing them, to implementing, it's the member states that have to agree to this. The European Parliament has to agree to it. So they need to make the leap. That's where the challenge is. It can be done.
You raise an interesting issue there, which is really the one of gold plating.
Yeah.
I mean, the EU does legislate and come up with harmonised rules, but then quite often when they get to the national governments, they then end up becoming this sort of Christmas tree, which, with all sorts of local ornaments hanging off it. And then the Commission doesn't then enforce its own single market rules and allows this. And I see again in the Compass there's talk about creating a single market enforcement task force. I wonder if that might be part of the answer, or whether that's going to have teeth, whether the EU can use its own institutions to actually try and deliver the harmonisation that it's legislated for but hasn't been able to actually achieve. Anyone got any?
Well, I think as a selfish answer, just in financial services, what you've seen over 20 years is a gradual move to harmonised rules. You set up European level regulatory bodies with, in most cases, the resistance of every member state, or at least the anxiety of every member state. And their intention is to create a genuine level playing field, because we complained a lot 20 years ago about the lack of enforcement. So the answer is, when you put the powers in a central regulator. But that causes political problems, right? And Draghi talks about it. The CMU project talks about it. Well, okay, let's create more European level regulation. The answer is they use this clever word, which is convergence. So each of the European regulators in my world, the three, banking, securities and insurance, will all say we're working on a convergent outcome. But it's working, I think, right? And you have some elements, like the big banks in Europe, are all now centrally supervised. And it is working, I think, the trickle-down effects. I think you're seeing less of what we saw 20 years ago, but there's still, I think it was what you were getting at, Darren, was the big step is, do you then really do what the Americans did and federalize everything? And that's, essentially, that's not a problem for us outside anymore, but it is the challenge for the next 10 years is, do you do that in Europe?
One of the things that we're calling for actually is, as part of the Let and Draghi, is a connectivity union, right? But God forbid we use the word harmonisation, because that's an evil note. We look at spectrum, for example, right? So when we talk about what spectrum harmonisation, what we're talking about is actually just an EU wide strategy on spectrum, one which, that all member states, are signed up to. But we're not actually, it comes back to the whole point around power and money, and not actually about the strategy. So spectrum is an example where, again, that's taken as, from a member state perspective, that the European Commission is going to take all the money from the spectrum auctions and it's going to decide how to do that. No, what we're talking about is what's already happening in Germany and what's already happening in Spain, which is, for example, extending the licenses, dealing with the coverage better coverage obligations. All of these things that are actually already there, by the way. You don't need new rules. There's flexibility there already. So a lot of the time is actually, we don't need a new regulation. We don't need a reform or a review. We just need to make the existing regulation work. We need to make the level of flexibility and accompanied with the right approach politically and from a mindset perspective, because that is also our worry, that we jump to new rules. We look at the Recovery and Resilience Fund to talk about, everyone here in Brussels, more money. We leaned into the Recovery and Resilience Fund. We welcomed it. I won't talk to you about the
whether it was successful or not in terms, again, of the bureaucracy. However, and that's why, can we not make the money that we already have go further, right? The Recovery and Resilience Fund hasn't been used to its full advantage. Horizon, there's, so let's make the existing rules work properly, and let's also make the existing finance work properly before jumping to the next big, great, shiny thing. Otherwise, we'll end up with 55 or 60 barriers in our sector, not just the 51 we already have at the moment.
Thank you. We're pretty much out of time, but I did see Mark English had his hand up.
Yes, one sentence question, I promise, that I can do with or without the microphone. I'm Mark English from European Movement UK. My question is really one for Nick. If the European Union succeeds in building its capital markets union or savings and investments union, whatever you want to call it, is that a threat or an opportunity for the UK and the city, given that the UK will be outside that capital markets union?
A very good question. And there's, can I just one other question here, and then the panel can just briefly answer, and then
Matthew Sim, Tony Blair Institute. I actually have a very similar question for Nick, but a slightly different angle. The financial services sort of agreement's famously thin, and you sort of tease the idea that the city could play a bit more of a role in sort of European capital markets. So I'd be interested to hear what sort of realistically could be done. Probably wrap up the two questions quite easily there.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So we support the development of capital markets anywhere in the world. People always say to me, why do you support CMU? I support development of capital markets in Kazakhstan. I mean, it's a win-win. It's not a zero-sum game. The euro markets have gone anyway, right? So it's the euro markets grow in Europe. That's good, right? And many of my stakeholders, of course, are big players in those markets anyway. And the more you get pools of capital in Europe, they will need to be diversified internationally. They may do that through London. They may not, right? But they probably would. In terms of cooperation, I mean, there is I didn't have time to talk about it earlier. There is, and Nick Thomas Simmons sometimes refers to it, there is, under the TCA, a regulatory dialogue. It meets next Tuesday in London, Commission and the agencies and the Treasury and the UK agencies. So we're very supportive of that. They need to build trust in each other. There was one of the things implicit sometimes is, so the UK was going to deregulate after Brexit. Why would we do that? We wrote the European rules, right? And they're based on international standards anyway. So of course, that I don't hear that at all in Brussels or in the member states, that UK was going to deregulate. And we've still got higher standards, by the way, than most European member states. So you can then build, on the back of that trust, some kind of regulatory cooperation. It's the best you can get under a TCA that excludes us, but there's things you can do outside the TCA. So I haven't got time to go into it now. There's lots of areas they're going to talk about. You'll see it, probably in the press next week. Things that they can do, sustainability or technology or AI or whatever it may be, anti-money laundering, all those kind of things, where they, in practice, incorporate quite a lot.
Before we wrap up, do you want any last thoughts, Dennis and Dirk?
Not really. Just I think we're all saying the same thing. It's not just about EU UK. It's having it's more about having this, thinking it more from a global perspective. I think Europe needs to think globally and less locally. I think that's kind of certainly our message from Vodafone. Given that we operate in Europe, Africa, and the US, we need a change in that mindset.
Last word to you.
Only that I'm an eternal optimist. You have to be if you're in sales. So, and I think some of these things are not that hard to do, right? They, as you say, they don't necessarily require completely different frameworks. Could be different regulation. They don't necessarily require a European federation, but they require us to see through and execute. Just like in business, it's all about execution. I think a lot of, if I draw the analogy, a lot of what happens in Europe is strategizing, and we need to move with those, with all the member states to a lot more execution, getting those frameworks in place, rolling out things like e-invoicing, things like convergence in financial services. That will unlock a a lot of growth, and then we can take the next steps from there. The external context provides the perfect, as unfortunate as they are, the perfect sort of pressure point for us to take some momentum. Right, nothing like a burning platform to get people moving. So let's use it.
Well, it certainly feels like a different dynamic. So let's bottle that and go to lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just popped up back to lunch, as Simon says, outside. If I can make a friendly suggestion, that maybe not all queue up to begin with for lunch. Maybe some of you hold back if you're not desperately hungry, because it's quite a small area out there. But we will be back here promptly at 2:15. Okay. Hopefully you'll have some lunch between now and then. See you soon. And those who are watching online, bon appetit.
I confirm the mics are working.
Yeah.
Why don't you sit there? Sit next to you.
Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the EU-UK Forum, the post-lunch session, otherwise known as the napping session. We're going to try and keep it a little bit lively. Help me out. It is good to see some formerly familiar faces here in Brussels, faces I hadn't seen in a while. And it's especially odd coming one day after a meeting of 28 European leaders and plans for another meeting of 28 European leaders. I mean, one of them not quite like the others, but there's a bit of a back to the future feel about this. And what I would like to discuss with, the panelists obviously need no introduction, Sandro Gozzi, an MEP, and Stella Creasy, Member of Parliament. Is this the reset that we've been talking about? What should we expect from this new dynamic? Is there a new dynamic? And the summit is in 104 days. It's a pleasing amount. It's kind of the amount that politicians usually give each other to get something done with a 4-day margin. So that's pretty good. So what can we hope for and what can we expect? I'd like to start with you, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, certainly the tone has changed, and this is certainly positive. We didn't like the tone that has accompanied our bilateral relationship, or better, our bilateral conflict in the previous years. So I think certainly something good. But it is clear that now we need to understand what does resetting means, what is behind, what is the British government agenda, and what are the areas of possible cooperation. That is the most important thing is that London must be clearer on what they mean with this. For us, a new agenda is certainly necessary, also in the new global context, and in the new continental context. It is clear that there is certainly an interest in fostering the bilateral relations between EU and UK. It is clear that it is a mutual trust building operation. There is a lot of trust to be built. And from our perspective, the best way of trusting each other is, first of all, to properly implement what we have already decided to do together. So, I mean, there is a trade and cooperation agreement that is there. It has been signed. It is in force. It must be properly implemented. And that's certainly the minimum basis to see what we can do further. And there are obvious, in my view, new areas of cooperation. The issue of security, both military security and intelligence security, police cooperation. It is an obvious area of cooperation. Then we might say that we have never stopped exchanging information, etc. But I mean, to identify this, as it was done last night, by the way, as an area of possible new cooperation between the Brits and the EU members, is certainly something that we think goes toward the right direction. I insist a lot on artificial intelligence and technological innovation. I say it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense from the competitiveness point of view. It is a higher priority both in Brussels and London. But it makes sense also because around artificial intelligence there is a new geopolitical battle which is being fought. And I think that we should be on the same side, on the right side of this battle, and also because at global level there are 4 steps of trying to set some minimum global standard. The United Nations started a work on that, and I think that also in this level play field, EU and UK should play in the same team. And then, of course, there are what we call the outstanding issue. There are things that are very sensitive on the 2 sides that we said we would tackle in 2025, 2026, energy, fisheries, and I think that these are very important aspects because if we do not take into account fully of the sensitivities on the 2 sides, it is going very difficult to develop a credible new partnership on the new matters, which certainly are very high in our agenda, and I think that are very clear matter of common interest.
Same question to you.
Thank you, Stanley. And it is a pleasure to be here. They say you can tell how important a politician is by how long it takes to organise to have them at your event. So had Paul had Keir Starmer here, it probably would have been, well, it takes at least a year or so, the organisation. You had Nick this morning, that's a good 6 months of running. But when Paul texted me yesterday and said, what are you doing tomorrow? I thought I'd be delighted, because I come first and foremost to recognise how far we have come, that actually things are being reset. It's not that long ago that we had a British Prime Minister who could not tell you whether the French were friend or foe. And indeed, if I have one political legacy, it's that I represent the community in the United Kingdom where the lettuce came from that actually managed to outlast. That lettuce was in Walthamstow in North East London. So if you come and visit, I hope you do, remember us as the lettuce country. We have come so far, but if we are honest, the scars cut deep of the last 10, 15 years of negotiation. And many people in this room will know that, because this is, for many of us, a reunion. We have lived and breathed this debate on both sides, so we recognise the pain that we need to move forward for. What does that therefore mean in terms of resetting? Well, you're starting to see it. You're starting to see, and I appreciate the work that Sandro has done, that commitment to talking, that commitment to being open about the challenges that we all face, whether it is defence, whether it is security, whether it is energy, and now increasingly whether it is trade. And I come today to encourage people to keep going on both sides, to recognise that the debates of 2016 and 2019 are not the ones that we need to be having, but the debate we need to have is about 2025 and the world in which we are living. The world in which, yes, we are seeing tariffs being reintroduced into trading conversations, creating destability for all of us. A world in which, inadvertently, President Putin may well be strengthened as a result. A world in which, finally, we might fragile see some peace in Israel-Palestine, but it needs all of our voices together to speak up for them. To be able to have those conversations, particularly on the reset, for me that means we also have to move beyond the language of 2016 and 2019, and indeed previous elections. So with the UK people, I've talked to them very much about the need to move on from talking about red lines. What we've seen in the last couple of weeks in the United Kingdom has been a recognition that there are many ways we could work together, whether it's the Pan-European Mediterranean Convention, whether it is around some form of youth mobility deal, and that must be part of the conversations that we have. But it is also about what more can be achieved, whether it is with our defence and our defence industries and how we support each other's security, whether it is on our climate, or indeed how we face emerging technologies like AI, that if we move away from those conversations that were dominated by red lines to one of mutual interests, I think there is much more to be gained. And the second half of that then is what's in it for our colleagues in Europe. The United Kingdom can be a hand and a friendship hand in the battles that we face in the coming months and years, but only if we have that goodwill together, if we recognise that we have more in common in the challenges that we face, that frankly we can strengthen our voices when talking to President Trump about whether or not tariffs make sense in the modern economy, that when we must stand up to President Putin and the barbarism that we have seen in the Ukraine, but also we must stand up for the people of both Israel and Palestine, that we must together face a world where China has a vested interest in our emerging technologies too. These are the areas that will define our world in 2025, 2026. The reset can be an opportunity for both sides to strengthen how we move forward, but only if we are having a conversation about our future, not our past. I know that is difficult, but I think in the last couple of weeks we've seen how committed both the United Kingdom government is and the European Commission is to finding a way forward. And that gives me, as somebody who believes passionately in the benefits to the British interest of cooperation with our neighbours, great hope. And I'm looking forward to hearing the conversation today about where more we can take that conversation in the coming months.
Thank you both. There were recurring areas where both sides didn't want to move. For the EU, it was, we don't want cherry picking. We have an existential angst around cherry picking, and we don't want Britain to be seen to have gotten a better deal that others could get. And in the UK, it was the red lines, right? The red lines were there everywhere. Now, how much is the cherry picking stuff still here? Has the EU made its point that leaving the EU is not a very bright move? I don't know if anybody here disagrees, and therefore it's time to move past that. And the question I'm going to ask you is, how much actually politically is it possible to move past the red lines? Because if you look at the polling, it seems to indicate that a lot of options are there, but politically we're not seeing really radical different speech from the Labour government. Can I start with you?
Well, listen, one of your questions is very easy to answer. From my perspective, Brexit has been a total disaster. So, if you ask me if we need to move away from that debate on Fred result, from our perspective, as soon as possible. But it is up to the British citizens to decide about their democratic choice. I just take stock of the situation. I looked at the promises that were made before the referendum, and I see that Britain is not more global than it used to be when it was a member of the European Union, that you got less trade agreement that you used to have when you were part of the European Union, that the only new trade agreement you had was Australia, which I think has an impact of 0.2% on your external trade. And I think that it is clear. I don't want to be parochial. I always say there was a minister at the time when I was discussing also ahead of your referendum, and I say, yes, I see that Boris Johnson wants the global Britain. I don't want a parochial EU or parochial Italy. We live in a global world, and we see how to make the best of our existence in this global world. It is also, unfortunately, I have to say, easy to answer to you on the cherry picking, because I would say that if that was a concern, the Labour has helped us to take that concern away from the table. Because when you say no to the single market, no to the customs union, and no to free movement, no cherry picking is possible. We are on the safe side. Another issue is whether we want to arrive in a situation at the moment where we want to put some of this issue back on the table, and there the question would raise. But today, I don't think that the problem is in the context where we are acting now, and take into account that, of course, we respect the choice of the Labour government, of the British government. We say we want a new partnership, but we don't want to talk about a single market. We don't want to talk about customs union. We don't want to talk about free movement. There, the cherry-picking risk, I don't see it. What I see as an issue or as a challenge is what can be done within this context that can be meaningful, that can help to start the new relationship, and can help us probably to arrive at the end of another phase where we say, hey, are we sure that we really want to keep those red lines? Are you sure that your cherry-picking obsession is still valid in this new world. But we are not there yet.
For avoidance of doubt to my colleagues here from the British press, I do not come here to bang the drum to rejoin the European Union. That is not the agenda. I represent the Labour Movement for Europe, where there are now more Labour Movement for Europe MPs in Parliament than there are Conservative MPs, which tells you how the British debate has moved on. But what I do think is that we do need to move on from the conversations that we were having. And that is both because of the existential change. I don't think any of us who are passionate about our countries and our countries' economies probably predicted that we would be in quite the level of trade volatility, uncertainty that we are facing as a result of the incoming presidency in America, but also because I think the last year has shown just how important it is for us to work together. And we've started that conversation very positively on defence and security. I would argue that how we trade together has also an implication to our ability to secure our nations and support our citizens. Within that, what offers me hope is where actually we have worked together, particularly around, for example, the Windsor Agreement, we have shown that it is possible to find mutual interest. We have shown that actually the UK and the European Union can work together well and achieve ends that benefit both sides. So I have much more hope than perhaps some of the debates have. And I recognise that sometimes were you to read the British press, you might think that in the UK people don't want to talk about these issues. They do, but they want to move forward. And I think it is our responsibility as politicians. What I would also say, and where Sandra and I will find common ground, is the big unanswered question in the United Kingdom is the concept of take back control. And I say this as somebody who is a member of the British Parliament who recognises that we have not answered the question about how this conversation can happen in the British Parliament. And I find common cause with my colleagues who still want to claim that Brexit was a good idea, as well as my colleagues who think it's just all about rejoining, that actually the gap we need to answer, and I hope very much that the Parliamentary Assembly will begin to do that, is about how we show the British public why we're cooperating, what the benefits are, not just in terms of the practicalities around defence and security, but actually about trade. I describe myself as a red against red tape. My constituents who come to me tearing their hair out because of the amount of paperwork they now have to fill in if they want to run their small business as a result of Brexit need to see and hear that we've got a plan to reduce that. They can't hear it just over here. They need to hear it and see it amongst those people they elected to sort these problems out for them. That is the big unanswered question, not whether there's a possibility of resetting our relationship.
I have a slightly risky question to ask half an hour after lunch. It involves the pen, which you mentioned.
Yes.
This is a thing that kind of came up.
Yes.
Can you tell us about it? Why does it matter? Why do we need to know more about it?
In a nutshell, PEM is about paperwork. It is about the rules of origin requirements. We were part of the Pan-European Mediterranean Convention when we were part of the European Union. We left it as part of leaving the European Union, but actually it's bigger than the European Union. In a country that has some very strong supply chains, particularly around motor manufacturing, around chemical manufacturing, but also with our food supply chains, it makes sense to have a streamlined rules of origin requirement. Joining the Pan-European Mediterranean Convention again could help the United Kingdom do that. And we in the Labour Movement for Europe will take unashamed credit for being the nerds who've been talking about this in Parliament for some time now.
Yeah.
But it is very nerdy and it is basically about paperwork.
Oh, yeah, paperwork at 3 o'clock on a Tuesday. Thank you.
We didn't have lunch, so it's fine.
We talk a lot about the new political direction in the UK. There's a new leader. There's a bit more continuation in Brussels. But can you give us a sense of where do you see that there's a new dynamic on the EU side, whether it's in Parliament, whether it's in the institutions, whether it's in the Council, towards a different kind of arrangement, a new dynamic with Britain?
Well, certainly in the European Parliament. Certainly in the European Parliament, we have a strong interest in really starting to get the work done and starting to work together with our British colleagues from Westminster and to see how we can move ahead on shared priorities and on a new common agenda. I mean, we have already mentioned some issues. I think that the issue of youth opportunities is something on which we have a strong interest as European Parliament. And let me say why, and then I tell you how we see it. At least I see it. I mean, I hope I have support in the how from the European Parliament. Why? Because if we want, because after all, this partnership is an investment in a common future. That's what it is. We want to invest in a common future for UK and for the EU. And if you want to invest in a common future, it is clear that you have to make sure that the new generation know each other, meet each other, speak to each other. And this is the best way of doing this is to allow, to provide new opportunities to young people from the EU and the UK to meet, to live experiences together. I would say that this must go beyond the universities. I think that the young apprenticeships from Birmingham and from Nantes should exchange and should learn how to do a job in the respective city. I think that would be very important that a high school from Milan spend 2 weeks in Edinburgh, and the high school for Edinburgh go to Milan. I think that we can exchange experiences on professional, vocational training program, and this kind also of youth opportunities, which is not limited to the 2% of our young people who go to the college, to university education, but also for the 98% that doesn't have this opportunity. This is very important in my view, because it's there that we prepare the new generation and we keep a channel open. Otherwise, I mean, in 10 years' time, pupils, kids that are born are 4 or 5 years old today. In 10 years' time, they don't even remember that the UK used once upon a time. UK was a member, successful member of the European Union, and then in 2016, this is what would happen if we stop to exchange, and this is very important. And I think that on this. There is a strong interest on the European Parliament. There is a strong interest also on research, on developing, fostering our cooperation in the research sector. I already mentioned the artificial intelligence, but we want to use the political opportunities which is given by the first EU-UK summit on the 19th of May to try to give some political input, some I don't say guidelines, but some political aspirations from the parliamentary side, and this is why we have decided to hold our first, in this term, partnership parliamentary meeting on the 6th, 17th and 18th of March, because we think that it's the right time, enough ahead of the EU-UK summit to try to provide some guidance, and I also think that we are a little bit freer compared to 10 Downing Street or the Berlaymont, to imagine a little bit what could be not only our future together, but the first concrete steps to put flesh on the bones to this resettle or renew agenda we are talking about.
Yeah, youth mobility sounds great, but
yes,
but no, right?
No. Yes, we in the Labour Movement for Europe would like to see a deal done. We don't think what was proposed last year would have worked. Very practically, it was talking about being able to go to one country. Actually, the benefits that Sandro is talking about, we think this needs to be about being able to travel and work. Sandro has already aged all of us in this room talking about 10-year-olds and not knowing that he goes, let me age myself even further. There was a time in the United Kingdom when we recognised through programmes like Auf Wiedersehen Pet that actually apprenticeship skills training came from the ability to travel for our members. So we, again, in the Labour Movement for Europe, have always advocated for a youth mobility deal. We think that requires the conversation to happen, and I hope on the Parliamentary Assembly we can have that conversation as well. But it has to be something that helps invest and inspire our young people who have not had those opportunities, not just those young people who might still have those opportunities. So I'm with you, Sandro, that the priority should be the apprenticeships and less the students.
Very good.
We had this summit yesterday. There's another one that's planned. It's not a coincidence that the conversations are happening around defense, because that's where the continent's focus is at the moment, and there's a geopolitical issue. The next summit is in May. By then, both the UK and Europe will have been through 7 or 8 rounds of US tariffs, no doubt, cancelled, reinstated. It's going to be fun. My question is maybe a bit provocative. Can we afford to talk about anything else other than these big geopolitical and defense questions. I mean, there was a slightly crazy quote, it's in the New York Times a couple of days ago, saying, you know, when the UK and the EU talk, obviously, you know, the focus is on, you know, Ukraine and security and defense, but we're going to need to find a good agreement on fish as well. Now, to those of us who don't follow this, the fishery stuff, which is obviously very important, and I understand that this is an important industry and so on, but it seems a little bit sort of nutty that we could be having these youth mobility conversations or paperwork conversations and not be entirely focused just on the defense thing.
No, I think that, as I said, this process must be based on 3 layers. The first layer is to get things done. What we have agreed must be done, must be implemented, and that is very important. You can say that the trade and cooperation agreement was signed 5 years ago, that was another word, etc., but there are very useful things for both, and certainly it is very useful and beneficial to both to see that we can trust each other by implementing. And this is the first layer. I would say that it's not even a political issue. It is something for Whitehall and for the European Commission to make sure that is implemented. Then there is a second layer. And the second layer is to identify what are the biggest priorities. And obviously, in my view, it is obvious that security is the priority from which we can start to shape the new partnership, because it makes perfect sense, because since UK left the EU, the only country which has nuclear power is a permanent member of Security Council and is complying with the NATO obligation of military expenditure is France. And it is clear that we cannot, France on its own, looking at the reluctances and the difficulties of other countries to commit really on military expenditure. We will see now what is going to happen with the new US administration. It's clear that if we want, and we must, reorganize the architecture of security and stability in Europe, which has been totally disrupted by the war of Putin against Ukraine, we absolutely need to have on board and to develop a new strategy between EU and UK, and UK is indispensable, in my view. I use the word indispensable. But then if we talk about launching a new partnership means that we have also to tackle the issue which we said we would tackle, and the agenda is getting nearer. So, there is the issue of energy, there is the issue of fisheries, and these are very important issues. I understand that looking from your perspective, say, come on, we are talking about the future of the stability of the world, and now you talk about fish and you talk about emission trade scheme. Yes, but you understand that in the country where I'm elected, this is a very important issue. Go to Brittany and Normandy, that everything, tout va bien, Madame la Marquise. After all, the Brits are our friends again, and who cares about, this bloody fishermen from Britain and Normandy? You must take care of this, as I must take care of the word which I use. Because in many constituencies in Northern England, if I use the wrong word, I gave an advantage to Farage and to Renew. You see? So, the point is that we have to take into account also sensitive points, which are, I agree with you, not part of history, but they could prevent us from writing a new chapter of our history.
I think it's interesting because post-Brexit, particularly with Ukraine, has shown the strength of the role that the United Kingdom can play on a global scale. And I would pay credit to the previous Prime Minister Boris Johnson for the work that he did, but we were outside of the room when those conversations were initially happening. And I want the UK to be able to show that leadership role in standing up for human rights, standing up to somebody like President Putin, standing alongside our colleagues from Europe. Because the truth is, some of the things that have happened in the last 24 hours probably will strengthen Putin's hand. And actually that is not in anybody's interest. So for me, it is absolutely vital that we reset that relationship and we get back to being able to work together where there are questions of mutual interest. I understand Sandro's point about fishing. I happen to believe that British fishing industry was betrayed by the previous government and the deal that they did. So absolutely, it is right that we hear from our constituents about the challenges that the deal has done and look at what we can do to address them, alongside looking at what we can do to support British business. So, for example, we have to have a conversation about how we make regulations, because it's not in anybody's interest to create more friction and more uncertainty in a time of trade. That is a conversation we can have if we can get in a room with each other. And the lesson of the last 5 years is that we've made progress in spite of, rather than in partnership, about our common aims. If we move on from the scars and the battles of 2016 and 2019, and indeed some of the things that were done by the previous government, there is much more that can be achieved, both to make our countries safer, to address the injustices that our constituents feel, particularly, for example, at the borders, to tackle some of those challenges like immigration that people feel are so difficult, and to find shared prosperity. We cannot do that if we keep having the same arguments. We have to recognise where things have gone wrong for the people we care about first and foremost, and what more could be done. You know, it's a great maxim in the United Kingdom that things can only get better, but they can also get worse. That is the choice that we make as politicians. I choose to look for the mutual interests. I choose to look for what can be done in 2025 that makes 2026 a better year. And I think if we take that attitude in, and we take what we've achieved over the last couple of weeks in showing that trust should be part of that conversation, who knows what could be achieved.
We have a few minutes left, and I think there is a microphone roving around and a few people who aren't asleep yet. I'm going to... That Graham Watson, my God, really is a blast from the past. Thank you for coming. for a Brussels person, Sorry, that didn't come out quite right. But I'm just delighted to be able to call on you to talk about European affairs. I think there's a microphone coming here. My apologies.
Thank you, Stanley. Graham Watson, University of Toronto. I'd like to put a question both to Stella and to Sandro about issues. Sandro, you talked about sensitive points which could prevent us creating this new world. Hitherto, the impact of Brexit has been felt by the political community, by the business community, and by a few particular sectors. But for many people, they've felt themselves untouched by it. In a few weeks' time, we're going to do something that will change that. Because anybody not fortunate enough to have 2 passports, travelling from the European Union to the UK, or vice versa, is going to have to pay for the privilege. And no doubt we will see headlines on the Daily Mail and Bild Zeitung and so on about how beastly we are being to each other. How are we going to manage that?
Should we take, are there any other questions? We might as well take a couple. Is that David Henning? There you go. Blast from the past as well. No kidding.
Thank you, Stanley, and for accusing me and various others of being old and around here for a long time. So so that was sort of the negative side. Let me take a more positive scenario and ask if the EU or the UK put a more constructive vision forward. So let's say somebody from the UK government giving a future speech like Nick gave today and says, actually, we want to do more, we want to align our regulations or whatever. How do you think the EU should respond? Or, conversely, if the EU says more about that it wants to do more with the UK, how do you think the UK should respond? In other words, how do we create a virtuous circle in which actually positive statements are made by governments and responded to positively by the other side?
Anybody else? Mark English, who doesn't look a day older than when he used to work at the European Commission.
Stanley, I'm sure you also mean to gender balance your questions.
Yeah, I do, yes. Thank you. All right.
Possibly to age balance as well, because I think I come in the same camp as a blast from the past. My question is really simple. I won't ask it in detail, but the EU is moving much more and more towards an agenda of strategic autonomy. Everybody's talking about that. Is the UK part of that or not? And if not, is that not a disaster for the UK and a missed opportunity for the EU?
All right, one last one, but I am on strict and correct instructions to gender balance.
So?
All right, maybe we'll do another round. Do you want to pick those up? Pick 1, 2, or 3, whichever you have most insights on.
Well, I mean, we are ready. We are ready to move on, to move ahead on new proposal coming from London. To give you a very specific example, to show you that we are ready. I mean, several times in the last months, representative of the British government raised the issue of SPS agreement, a phytosanitary standard agreement, because it is clear that to have an agreement on that would make our trade relationship more fluid. That is, we are very open to go along that way, which doesn't talk to the general public, but talks a lot to those who has to do import-export. It is clear that involved the dynamic alignment. Then you can call it Mickey Mouse if you don't want name it dynamic alignment, but that's exactly the direction toward we are ready to go. If there is a real request from the UK to go along that line, we are ready to go along that line. On the strategic autonomy, first of all, I mean, I hope that the UK shares the objective of strategic autonomy, because here we go beyond security. And that needs to be seen. I don't know what Keir Starmer said to his colleague from EU last night, but first of all, we have to see whether really UK share the concept of strategic autonomy, which means also to be able to act autonomously in areas, in situations where NATO and US do not have an interest to intervene, and means also to be less dependent on non-European producer on key defense material. So first of all, the question is whether this vision is shared by UK, and then if it is shared, certainly there are many open questions to which I don't have the answer. How far UK will want to contribute to common European defense project? How far we are ready to go to open the European defense tender to, a non-EU member state? Which, all this needs to be discussed, and certainly the summit of the 19th of May and the preparation of the summit could be a good occasion to start to have a serious talk about this.
Graham, I would dispute your analysis that people haven't noticed. I think there was a concern about whether things were to do with the pandemic or to do with Brexit, but I get messages, and it's not just to do with the role that I play. I get constituents who are struggling to get hold of vital drugs for their children. I had one this week because of shortages. You get people who find travel harder. I've had businesses, it's the small and medium enterprises in the United Kingdom that have really felt the impact of all that paperwork, all that friction, and they are speaking up. The British Chamber of Commerce is doing a lot of work on this as well, the FSB. I think what the challenge is people don't know what is possible as a way forward if you recognise that rejoin is a 10-year treaty negotiation process. I think we've got 18 months as a salvage operation about the damage that Brexit is doing to businesses, to our communities, and that frankly, beyond that, whatever you do probably won't make much difference if you don't make progress in the next 18 months. I can't be starker than that. So my challenge, my priority is what can we do in the next 18 months? That's why the TCA matters. It's why it matters that Parliament is an integral part of all of that. You know, the lure of Brexit was that somehow if the United Kingdom isolated itself, it would be protected rather than exposed to some of these challenges. And as we're now seeing, as the world trade is going to be so volatile, actually we are uniquely exposed in many ways, as well as in a position where we can, working with our European partners, help to solve some of these challenges. That's why I think David's question is so important, and that's why I urge people to move on from the red lines, because actually if you want a negotiation, you don't walk into the room and say, well, I don't want this, I don't want that. You walk in and you say, what is possible? And in a world that is changing so quickly, what is possible is a very fruitful conversation. But I urge my colleagues here from Europe to ask the same questions too, to be ambitious about what we can achieve, because actually in that 18 months we could do things that could be of mutual benefit. That includes on defence and how we strengthen our ability to be able to cope with an uncertain world. It includes things like climate change as well, which we haven't really talked about today, but I think there are some real changes that we can make. So much of our conversations in the past have been defined by conflict. If we put that aside and start talking about cooperation, I actually think we can answer many of these questions in a much more positive light for all of us. That's the challenge and ambition for May, notwithstanding the problems that you will see from some of the technical hangovers. And, you know, I actually think less about the passports and more about the border operating model, which is causing all sorts of problems for British producers, British farmers. Those are the sorts of things that we could solve ourselves very quickly that help open up those conversations. But David is right. Where is the cycle where actually we show what we could be doing rather than talking about what we should have done 5 years ago?
So you think the impact of the visa, do you think the introduction of the visa waiver will have no impact?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that I think that there are the gap that is missing, and the reason why it matters that we have parliamentary scrutiny is that the conversation about what you could do about it is what's absent. That's our role. That's my role as a grassroots politician, is to go out there and talk to people that a solution is possible, because frankly politics right now is light on solutions and heavy on anger. You know, Mr. Farage does not have an answer to how we can actually help people who want to take their dog on holiday, but I tell you, it really matters to the British public.
We've run out of time, amazingly. That was already 45 minutes. Please, everyone, can you join me in first apologizing on my behalf to everyone that asked a question for me insulting them. But most importantly, please thank Sandra Gozzi and Sela Creasy for their time. Thank you.
Adam and Suzanne, could you do that conversation outside the room? Right. We are now going to have a presentation from Clara Samal, who's the Director for European Offshore Development at National Grid. Following that, we're going to have a little chat, she and I, on the stage, and if you have any questions in this area, you are now forewarned. We'll be very interested in hearing from them. So it's my great pleasure to invite Clara to join me on the stage.
Good afternoon, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency. I'm delighted to be here today at the UK-EU Forum to speak about a key aspect of future UK-EU cooperation, the energy and climate policy. Decades before the EU was founded, we recognized the importance of collaborating on energy, including with the European coal and steel community. There are three things I'll talk to you about today. Why is it so important for consumers that the UK and the EU cooperate on energy policy? Where our cooperation is currently, and what we as transmission operator are in the process of building in the UK and in Europe, and what we need to happen in the UK-EU energy relationship to make it work. So first, why? Why do we need the UK and the EU to cooperate on energy and climate? For three reasons, really: interdependency, competitiveness, and the North Sea, the beautiful place around it. On interdependence, despite the UK's withdrawal from the EU and the Brexit, which you heard a lot today, the UK and the EU are physically connected as an energy market. We continue to have the same challenge and the same objective in energy and climate policy. We both have legally binding net zero target for 2050 and are both committed to breaking our dependence on volatile gas market by developing homegrown green renewable energy. The UK is still physically part of the EU gas and electricity market. And as the Brexit negotiation team uncovered, you can't stop electrons at the frontier. They tend to flow from one country to another without customs. The UK was a key part of Europe's energy security in 2022. 16% in total of the gas that was used in Europe during the Russian invasion into EU gas storage came from the UK. And because much of the French nuclear fleet was an outage, the UK-French interconnector completely reserved the historical flow and imported power in the UK and into the EU and into France for that period. The second topic I want to bring is to competitiveness. Competitiveness and energy prices are key challenges, both for the UK and for Europe. We've all seen the Draghi reports, we've seen the reports, the graphs, and large numbers of other think tank reports from Baringa, Breakthrough Energy, or Grant Thornton over the last couple of months. They all say the same things. More collaboration will bring economical benefit for both. We've seen that the lack of competitiveness is partially structural. As Draghi points out, Europe and the UK do not have a great deal of fossil fuel reserve left. Drill, baby, drill is not a policy that we can use, I'm afraid, in Europe or in the UK. But we still have barriers to the trade in electricity across our continent. We need to be able to move electricity from where it is produced to where it's needed. Solar and wind continue to make enormous strides, and the North Sea offshore wind has become a mature technology. Renewable costs have gone up in recent years, but it remains substantially down on where they were decades ago. Which brings me to the North Sea. The potential of the North Sea is clear. In April 2023, 9 North Sea countries signed the Ostend Declaration, which sets out our cumulative objectives and ambition for the North Sea. Together, with all these countries, we want to build offshore renewable of 120 gigawatts by 2030 and 300 gigawatts by 2050. This is one of the first major UK engagement in Europe post-Brexit, testament to the focus placed on energy cooperation. Breakthrough Energy estimated end of last year that fully effective cooperation in the North Sea between the UK and the EU would save up to 44 billion pounds for customers on both sides of the channel every year. Energy is not like other sectors. It requires rules for cross-border trading due to the physical nature of the market. The negotiators who agreed the trade and cooperating agreement in 2019 understood this. And when the UK left the internal energy market, they left a number of mechanisms, including market coupling. The UK also unfortunately left the European network of TSO and SOE, the network of transmission system operator across Europe. Until now, there has been no formal mechanism for cooperation between the organizations that are building the grid across Europe. Combined with other issues, like the European Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, this is all making the full deployment of renewable offshore energy in the North Sea more and more difficult and more expensive for everyone. These barriers are costing UK and EU consumers and businesses billions of euros, and the CBAM alone would cause an annual carbon increase to 2 million cars on the road. So where is cooperation on energy climate at the moment? We have made some progress in the last few years. We have a memorandum of understanding with the UK joining the North Sea Energy Cooperation, NSEC, but we are not a full member yet. We're hoping for improvements there. And we understand that we're no longer part of the EU, but there are many technical issues that require the EU and UK authority to work together. Following that Ostend summit, National Grid joined in the offshore transmission system cooperation to address how to build further infrastructure in the North Sea, how to share the costs and benefits across countries, and how we build a supply chain so that we can jointly meet our targets. As we deploy more infrastructure, we also need to consider joint planning of that infrastructure, so we put the right cross-border project in the right places. We have one specific project we want to share a bit more around, which is LionLink. LionLink is a first-of-a-kind project. We in the UK, we're not scared of innovation. National Grid built that jointly with TenneT, the Dutch TSO. It would be the first interconnector that connects both two countries of 200 kilometers, but have a wind in the middle. We have brought the same innovation in the North Sea that we have in the past. We've built the first interconnector between France and the UK over a decade ago. LionLink will be the first of these hybrid projects. It will bring 1.8 gigawatt power to 2.5 million of homes, providing huge amounts of flexibility to the UK and the Dutch markets. They bring like a huge complexity, both on the technical side, the financial side, and the regulatory side. And that's where the European Commission support for this project is very welcome.
They're going to have to find the money.
So what do we need to happen with the UK-EU reset? I'll mention just two things here, trading, and it's going to be a bit technical, I apologize in advance, and cross-border adjustment mechanism. So energy is a clear focus for the UK government. We've seen that in the press, and we welcome that. But there are two big issues that are still to be addressed. The trading was part of the trade cooperation agreement post-Brexit, and it is recognized as an area where it is very different to other sectors. Electricity is not traded in the same way as any other commodities. Generators sell the power exchange, who contract with interconnector to sell the electrons to neighboring countries. You need cross-border agreement to understand how these electrons flow. The TCA title and solution is not sufficient to make this work fully. We appreciate the proposal, which is a mouthful, multi-regional loose volume coupling, but we understand that more needs to be done. And at the end, National Grid and the TSOs of all the European countries have signed a proposal for the UK joining back the SDAC, so implicit market coupling. Post-Brexit, the UK left the internal energy market, and that changes the way we trade electricity, and we'd welcome if we could go back to the previous version. The next topic is CBAM. So CBAM stands for Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Another area of industry consensus is that needs to be revised. The CBAM creates both a non-tariff and a tariff barrier in the North Sea, posing a risk to investment. The trade barrier the CBAM creates will reduce the amount of clean electricity that is exported both from the UK and from the EU. The UK is forecasted to be a net exporter of clean power to Europe in the 2030s. So it'll allow your or all our neighbours access to cheap UK wind power. CBAM will reduce that possibility. It will also increase the amount of curtailment of clean energy power, both in the UK and in the EU, increasing carbon emission. We and our partners have concerned that the CBAM will make it more difficult for us to build the necessary cross-border infrastructure that the UK and the EU have both called for. We think there is a relatively straightforward solution to this, the linkage of UK and EU emission trading system. We welcome the government's ambition in that area. This was foreseen in the TCA itself. I'm being told Article 392.6, I'll let other people confirm, explicitly talks about consideration of linking both of the system. As I have mentioned, there is a widely held view that the CBAM is to the disadvantage of not only the UK, but the EU. So we have been reassured by recent statements from the government who are looking to find solution and to the European for openness to look at them. In conclusion, the attention from the government is welcome, as is how energy is central featuring of the government's relationship reset. We will fully support a strong relationship between the UK and the EU on energy and climate, first and foremost because it will be better for British and European consumers, bringing power prices down, allowing a better use of green energy and increased security of supply for everyone, especially in these times. For a long time, energy cooperation and interconnectors have operated almost under the radar of renewables and nuclear investments, and more recently transmission become really the high focus for the energy sector and policymaker. The criticality to a shared energy security, along with the climate and customer benefit, has in recent years brought them in the forefront. Collaboration and cooperation is fundamental to the UK and EU's energy relationship, and we welcome the continued support of all the European partners, both in the industry, in this room today, and in the government. We are optimistic that this renewed focus on energy collaboration will help us to build the North Sea infrastructure that we need in the future. Thank you very much.
Question. I'll turn to you in a couple of minutes. When I was listening to you, Clara, what struck me was that there's so much kind of common sense there about the uncontroversial benefits of more collaboration. And you said that the UK and EU are physically interconnected energy systems. So how could you go about strengthening that partnership? And linked to that, how much effort do the energy sector more broadly and your company specifically have to expend in trying to educate and expend and convince policymakers what is, to you, I'm sure, just common sense?
Does it work? Yeah. I'll start maybe with the latter, and then I'll move to the first part of the question. Education is really critical, because in energy, you'll get quite quickly to nerd discussions. You'll hear words like implicit trading and CBAM, and it's very difficult, complex terms for people that are not part of the industry. And for long, we have operated under the radar, but what we see now is that the Commission wants to get more involved in this conversation. They are becoming more at the forefront of political debate, and so we are trying to do that political education. One thing we've been really grateful for is the collaboration of European and UK energy transmission system operator. So for instance, on this topic of the carbon border adjustment mechanism or the topic of trading, we have done joint studies, all the TSOs around the North Sea. And so we can clarify that this is not a position of National Grid. This is a position from all the TSOs, all the energy providers around the North Sea. And hopefully that helps getting a bit of that education. In terms of the area where we would focus, I would bring back competitiveness and the North Sea development as the two key priority. I would maybe add a third one, which we now see, which is security of subsea infrastructure. We have all seen, obviously, the incident that have happened, and we really see that what drives some of these incidents is deniable plausibility. And deniable plausibility means that some actors can do things on offshore infrastructure, and it's easier than to, that they are less easily attributable. We really welcome there's some great collaboration between the UK and European intelligence system and defense services, but there's just slightly a bit more I think we could do there to make sure we are removing that deniable plausibility from actors that would want to look at offshore infrastructure.
You mentioned in your intervention, Clara, competitiveness and the impact of high energy prices. Again, this is obviously the new mantra in Brussels, competitiveness, the Draghi report, etc. Has that made the energy sector's life easier because now everybody is singing from the same song sheet? Or do you have challenges, for example, in demonstrating that when you quantify the potential benefits, economic benefits, the cost benefits of more cooperation, that people don't push back, they actually accept your findings and your data?
Competitiveness is underlined often by the cost of energy. And we see that across Europe, and so where we can do more efforts to bring the cost of energy down, it's generally welcome. I would maybe add two things on that. If you look at the long-term vision, imagine we are in 2050 and all the North Sea is full of offshore wind, and that brings clean power to the UK and clean power to Europe. That helps competitiveness. But the previous minister was discussing about friction. Do you imagine in that world that you still have friction that reduces that competitiveness? That just wouldn't make sense. We also discussed a lot about fisheries today. We understand that fisheries are an important topic. You'll know that offshore infrastructure is actually good for fisheries because it warms up the water, and so it tends up to have more fishes around them. But we are kind of really, we want to make sure that energy is a key topic, and it's not being, it is not losing aspect by being negotiated into larger packages, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. I have one more question for Clara, but before I do, anybody in the audience would like to ask her a question? Yes, do we have a roving microphone, Sophie? Or have I stolen all the ones that are available? If not, you can borrow mine, Sophie. Gentleman in the middle row, and then the lady right behind her. You, David, and then the lady behind you.
There's been a lot of commentary about the way in which the UK's internal electricity market operates, with the price differential between electricity and gas on the one hand that is driven by UK government policy hitherto, and to the way in which regional pricing operates within the UK, to the detriment of the areas where energy is produced and in favour of the areas where energy is consumed. My question, in terms of the interaction with the EU energy markets, is whether the dysfunctional UK electricity market is a barrier to effective cooperation, and whether the price signals within the UK don't need to be adjusted in order to facilitate EU-UK transmission cooperation.
It's an interesting perspective on the UK energy market. We are well aware of the debate around regional, zonal, locational pricing. Two things I would say. We haven't seen an impact on the discussion around energy cooperation in the main, and that's because at the end, what underpins this conversation are the fundamentals of the market, kind of the generation mix on both countries, and that stays the same. We are aware, though, that it could create distractions in terms of energy policy at a time where there's a lot in the agenda on the UK energy sectors. And so from a European perspective, we want to make sure that A, that debate is well coordinated with the European, and B, that it doesn't distract from the European focus.
Yes, my name is Margarita Starkevičiūtė. I'm from Lithuania. As Lithuania was going to build offshore wind farm and decided not to do it because Sweden decided not to do it, and United States, as you know, also decided not to do it. And with regard to emission trading, as I know, European Commission, this is the subject full of favor in Brussels. So don't you think that you are not on the right way? Maybe you have to do what Mr. Trump suggested, drill, baby, drill, just to tap your gas reserves, as Netherlands also can tap gas reserves, and it won't be a problem anymore for Europe.
Yes, so I can pick that up. I would start by saying that in terms of role and responsibility, energy policies sits with the government, and we as energy transmission system operator just build a grid that the government wants us to. We're not deciding the proportion of nuclear or wind or gas and oil that needs to be done by the different countries. If I can say now my personal opinion, just the US has a huge advantage of resources that just the Europe doesn't have. There is a field in the Netherlands that they've now closed last year, and that had also a lot of other local opposition because of explosions, etc. In the Netherlands. What we do have in terms of resources is a North Sea, which is the most shallow water across the whole world and the highest wind production. So if you would follow the logic of let's use what nature gives us to get the cheapest power, or logical answer would be let's use the North Sea, because that's what nature gives us. That is kind of the cheapest in Europe. Then I guess there's also an argument on the cost of the transition. And in the long term, the transition should bring down the cost. Like any change, there's a question on the cost of the journey to get there, and we are aware of that, and we are working as much as we can to keep that as low and as efficient for our consumers as we can.
Any more questions from the audience? No. In which case I'm going to borrow your microphone. I'm going to take back mine as well. I have one final question for you, Clara. So as we know, the UK and the EU have aligned climate targets and decarbonisation ambitions, aiming at net zero emissions by 2050. Where do you see more potential convergence on, you mentioned CBAM and maybe the emissions trading scheme. Again, is that such an obvious thing to do that there's no real political pushback? It's going to happen, and how optimistic are you that it is going to happen, this alignment?
What was the sentence? I have the pessimism that the intelligence gave me, but the optimism of the actions that I can achieve, or something like that. We are believing that both of them do bring benefits for the UK and for Europe. And for both of them, we have received support from our European colleagues to push that. Now, we are aware that this will be part of broader negotiation at political level from the Commission, and that will be out of our hands. We are really supportive of a change in the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and we have received positive signs on that. I think there's a bit of a longer road to go on trading, but we are happy to walk that journey until we get there.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Clara. We have to leave it there. But can I ask you all, the audience, to give a big round of applause to Clara? I will now vacate the stage to Henry Foy, who is going to moderate the next session.
We all are going? Well done. You did it. You did it.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Julian.
You okay? Right. We've got to do some kind of mixity.
Thank you all for being here. I know it's the last session of the day, but I will tell the panelists not to be disheartened by this graveyard shift, because as it's about defence, we're sort of like the good child in the UK-EU divorce.
The last line.
And, we're not the troublemakers. We're the ones everyone wants to talk about because the other kids are a nightmare. We're the ones that everybody says, well, this is the way forward. Of course, last night's dinner showed that, even though they did serve fish over dinner, which I thought was very amusing. At the press conference last night, Antonio Costa said that there was a new positive energy around UK-EU defence. Ursula von der Leyen said she was ready to discuss deeper cooperation in security and defence with the UK. Most importantly, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk described defence and security as the easiest part of the conversation, which is where I want to start. The panel, it's a brilliant panel to round off the day. We have Sir Julian King, the former European Commissioner for the Security Union. We have Rosa Balfour, the head of Carnegie Europe. Alex Cresswell, who's the Vice President for Government Affairs and Public Policy at Graph Corps. Sir Julian, is Tusk right?
I don't know about easy, but it's certainly pressing.
Easiest.
It's certainly pressing. So can I make one comment on the substance? And because we're in Brussels, one comment on the form.
Yeah.
On the substance, I think it's very encouraging that apparently both the EU and the UK, as they go into these discussions, recognise that you need quite a broad and integrated approach to defence and security.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're focused on these questions of capability building and funding and partnerships that were the subject of last night's dinner, and which are very important. But they're also talking about foreign and security policy and how you coordinate that, how you coordinate your objectives. They're talking about something that the UK side at least now appear to call safety, which in old speak is JJ and internal security, cracking down on the gangs, countering terrorism and that kind of thing. But they've also got a broader notion of what some people call economic security, so energy, cooperation, we've just been talking about, and thinking at least about how you work together to reduce your dependencies and increase your resilience. So I think they've got the right agenda. We can talk about some of the challenges of realizing that agenda and rolling it forward. But I want to just say one thing on the form as well, reacting to one or two of the things that have been said earlier in the day. A number of speakers have said how it's important to sort of build for the future, go beyond the status quo. And I think that's particularly true on these subjects.
Yeah.
I think the TCA is there. We're not denying its importance. We just heard from Senator Grossi that you've got to do the things that you've said you're going to do. All that said, this is rooted in discussions that started 8 years ago, in effect. An agreement reached 5 years ago. It was, to a degree, of its time and context. And I think we're all agreed the world has changed since then. And the challenges, particularly on security and defense, have become much more pressing. So, yeah, okay, take the TCA as a floor, if you like, floor, F-L-O-O-R, but absolutely not as a ceiling. And if we're going to find ways of working together on these, to a degree, new challenges, or at least new forms of old challenges, then I think the fact that people are meeting in a summit, so engaging at the leaders level, that if you follow the way these things sometimes work, you then have sort of ambitious goals for the future, subject to regular review, the leaders getting reports and giving direction to their teams to work these things up. I think that kind of top-down driven political process is going to be very important if we're going to make progress on this.
Thank you. Rosa, I thought maybe we could take a little step back. I mean, when we talk about what this means, I mean, where are the obvious places where the two interlink? Where are the places where the low-hanging fruit, as it were, are?
Yeah, I mean, the low-hanging fruit is really unfolding in front of our eyes in Ukraine.
Right.
And here, and in fact, it's probably you, Henry, who wrote The Coalition of the Willing earlier this week, right? We're seeing this happen very quickly. The whole Western support of Ukraine was coordinated and led by Washington.
Yeah.
They were also leading on military procurement and coordination. That task has been passed over to NATO in preparation of the US elections, and the US is now gone. So we're seeing a coalition of the willing stepping up to support Ukraine, and that has a very strong defense and military dimension. And it's not confined to EU, UK. So I think where the challenge for the EU is to make sure that whatever defense, for the EU and the UK, whatever defense pact they find is actually dovetailed with the efforts that are ongoing and rapidly moving on supporting Ukraine. And connected to that is also something that perhaps is slightly, looking towards the future, but some foundations have been set, is thinking about what kind of security architecture for Europe without Russia and autonomous of the United States. And I think the UK has a big role to play there alongside Norway and maybe other countries. So we have this landscape that's changing quite quickly. And I think the challenge will be to make sure that the bilateral talks actually keep abreast of these challenges, which will be led by events rather than by institutional or diplomatic niceties. So that's something I think that's moving fast. I'll leave it there. I've got plenty of other points, but I can make them later.
Thank you. Alex, Julian talked there about building for the future. I mean, this is where the innovation, the tech side comes in, which you could argue is an easier way for the EU and the UK to work together because it's forwards looking, right? It's not about what we used to do and how we used to operate. I mean, could you talk a bit about how innovation and new military technology actually helps this kind of development?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that Europe got two memos on innovation. One was from Mario Draghi on competitiveness, and the other one was from Vladimir Putin when he invaded Ukraine on the 24th of Feb 2022. And in the private sector, certainly, you see, innovators racing to respond to that second memo. So if you look at Ukraine, if you think that necessity is the mother of innovation. Well, an existential fight is definitely the mother of innovation. And you can see a very lively ecosystem in Ukraine. You can see the EU stretching out to it, with the IET having a hub there and the UK's Tech Bridge having a place there, and a very kind of lively ecosystem of innovators. And I think there's something to really build on there. And, everyone talks about the way that the Ukrainians have innovated on UAVs, but another part of what they've done is to kick the Russian fleet out of the Black Sea without having a navy, so starting from a blank page. And those lessons that they've iterated and then implemented, in an innovation terms, so subsea drones and all the other bits of cleverness that they've used, are now being deployed to the Baltic Sea and the North Sea, where we're worried about Russian grey zone activity and cables being ruptured. So it gives you a very graphic feel for how that's working, and that's private sector innovators, really rushing ahead. And just even if you step back from there, to take some recent examples, so of big EU Europe AI successes. So Helsing is an AI business for defence that was started by Torsten Ryle, who is a German who built up a gaming business in the UK, studied at Oxford University, Sussex University, set up a business with 100 million donation from Daniel Ek of Spotify and some money from Marcus Wallenberg at Saab. And now that is going to be, in the same way that Airbus is, a sort of AI backbone for a lot of EU and UK defence AI stuff. So you can really see how that ecosystem works. It is much quicker and more supple, obviously, than some of the political processes.
Yeah, but this is all very positive, right? And to me, it seems all terribly obvious. But there are much bigger things here that are getting in the way. And actually, some of them are quite small, like sand eels, which apparently are really very small. But to be quite serious, how much of an irritant is it to the people who see this as really bloody simple and obvious that we're also negotiating other parts of it at the same time? So Julian, you talked about how now safety is also about migration and JHA, and this is something that Giorgia Meloni keeps talking about. Don't look at my headline GDP spending number, think about how much I do in the Med. That kind of stuff is good for the UK, but also means that the EU say, okay, well, let's talk about migration and let's talk about people to people and other non-core defence areas. Does that help or hinder this?
So I think you said obvious and straightforward. It's obvious, I think, you need to address these issues.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily straightforward. There are internal complications, but there are also, if you make it all linked and you insist that you can't move on anything until you can move on everything, obviously that makes advancing an overall package more complicated as well.
Yeah.
And at one end of the spectrum of those challenges, there are some who suggest occasionally that you have to have done everything on fish before you can do anything on defence. As was said in the last session, that is quite a challenge. Obviously, you're going to have a process around some of these things that rolls forward with different work strands. I hope we can avoid getting too stuck in a logic that holds everything back to the pace of the slowest work strand, because I just don't think that will be meeting the challenges. But that said, I do think it makes sense to be looking at foreign policy and security policy coordination, because you need to agree what your objectives are. It obviously makes sense to be thinking about the internal security stuff, because even if we'd like it, the threat from extremist political and religious-based views hasn't gone away, so we should be cooperating on that. There's a real job of work to be done, as has been stressed by a number of people, in cracking down on some of these horrible human trafficking gangs, etc. So I don't think you should say you shouldn't be doing those things, and you obviously should be trying to work on defence for the reasons that you've just set out. And at the dinner last night, they were talking about the need to develop various capabilities and the need to find ways of funding those, providing for them effectively. And I think they're right. The capability analysis is a challenge. You need to do it in a way that is, transparent and cooperative between allies. The funding is a challenge, but on both of those, I think the EU is getting its act together and is becoming more effective as a provider of these objectives and means on the defence side. And the UK is obviously a valuable partner. You only have to look at the integration of the defence industrial base across Europe, not just in the cutting edge stuff that you've just been describing, but in missiles. The MBDA is a joint enterprise. In various air capacities, Airbus is a joint enterprise. Even tried and tested French companies like Thales have got supply chains that integrate the UK as well. So I think that it's kind of, in that sense, obvious that you need to find ways of doing this together.
I'm glad you brought this up because I wanted to ask the two of you, there are some in the EU that think we could do this long term without America, or at least they hope that they could do this long term without America. So why on earth would they think that they need Britain? And how much does this bi-European lobbying effort from the French, with the support sometimes of the Cypriots and the Greeks, affect this discussion with the UK? Are you seeing it in the private sector? Do you see it, Rosa, when you talk to officials that actually the Brits are thinking, wait, are we going to do a security deal with a union that might start thinking medium term, we only buy European?
Well, I think my impression is that British officials are sitting on the fence as to whether Europeans
Surely not.
will... Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I don't think we have very clear signals on this.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you just need to look at the numbers. You just need to look at the figures. You just need to look at the state of defence spending in Europe. I mean, the logic, there is a very strong functional logic for greater cooperation. We live in an era in which international politics calls for greater cooperation among small and medium-sized states if they want to address these, but all countries are in a bind because domestic politics does not really allow that. So that's basically where we are. I think from my point of view, on the one hand, there can be big ambitions to negotiate everything before you can do anything. On the other hand, you can create other ways to support sort of habits of cooperation. And in that, I would actually cast the view wider than just security and defence, where, as I said, the Ukraine imperative is really going to push things forward. But there are plenty of other things that can be done. Think of EU-UK cooperation in the Balkans, or in relations with Turkey, or now that the US is pulling out on foreign aid, there are so many gaps that need to be plugged on supporting human rights and democracy around the world, supporting funding for multilateral institutions, having conversations about what kind of alignments can be found among countries with respect to the big challenges that the US-China rivalry will pose. Yeah. There's a whole host of areas where Europeans can talk more and better and more regularly together to either flesh out common positions or at least coordinate what their positions are. Yeah. And if that creates habits of cooperation, and if politicians are able to sell that to their publics, you've got a case, which is we need to cooperate because unless we are together, we're going to be thrashed by these forces and these international politics. So we haven't seen this. We haven't seen this on either side. We haven't seen this in the UK. We've seen a landslide victory in Parliament that is not reflected by a landslide change in the country. The Brexit hangover is still there, and the government is being cautious, which is understandable. Obviously, the Brexit question doesn't have the same type of toxicity in European countries, but you still have nationalist forces, you still have the radical right, which is making the case against cooperation at the European level, and these are all, they easily mobilize forces to protect very small interests of sectoral groups such as fisheries. So there are similar challenges. But I mean, you know, the international context is one that calls for a different type of narrative, and it calls for counter-narratives to what is happening.
I completely agree with Rosa, but I think that, and actually with Julian, which is unsurprising, but you know, I think that anaerobic discussion about, it was really interesting to hear Sandro and Stella talk about, you know, Sandro saying, you know, you really do need to implement the TCA, and Stella saying, well, you need to look forward as well, because the reality is if you're going to sell this to citizens, that slightly anaerobic discussion about the TCA, you know, definitely we need the TCA implemented to build trust, but we've got to have something to aim for, and that for me is around innovation together and, you know, joint projects which are attractive to do together. It's about youth mobility as well. I think, I mean, Henry, you talked about the US, you know, how does the US play in this? Feels to me like, you know, when I see some of the most successful European businesses, and you know, that's, I'm at sort of tech interface here, the most successful European businesses typically have in them talent from many European countries, and typically they manage to do that thing, which is to get the US to pay for their R&D, because what they do is they come with a good idea, they get you know, a US venture capitalist fund to back that idea. They then scale in the US, and then the benefit comes back to to Europe. And I think that game of kind of lobbing up the ball for each other and smashing it over the fence to the US, I know that's not very. I don't think that's, you know, the way people are thinking today. But I mean, that does feel to me like something we should all be doing.
But does this require sort of a big bang moment, or sort of like someone taking a leap of faith, whether it's the UK paying into a 100 billion fund that then pays for Polish and Greek air defence? I mean, something that seems quite outlandish, but actually would be a way of saying this is a way of building trust. Does it require someone to take that big step?
Can I just leap in on that that big bang thing? Because the fun thing I think is really important. Civil servants as a breed are really bad at kind of taking big bets on innovation in a fund, because, you know, civil servants, you know, and, you know, with due deference to the civil servants or ex-civil servants in this room, you know, are often about de-risking policy options rather than taking bets. and I just think that, yes, I think it would take a leap of faith. You know, paying into a big fund would be good. And then also having the bravery or the license to take procurement bets that are feed into multi-annual revenue for companies.
Just I'm not reacting to anything that's just been said in any way, but just to play it the other way around, I think it is probably right that if we're looking for a boost in cooperation between the UK and the EU, particularly on the defence industrial capabilities side, it might bizarrely turn out to be easier if you were talking about a big fund and big sums of money than if you're talking about small funding and small sums of money. It's just, I think, going to be institutionally harder to get over the hump if you're saying, well, there's there's 1.5 billion in play via the existing EDIP, but there might be some complexity to working your way through this. That is going to be harder than if we're not predicting it's happening. Even you aren't predicting it's happening in the FT yet.
We don't predict, we report.
If there is movement gradually towards reprioritizing existing spend, boosting existing spend, finding new and novel ways of funding spend, and you end up with a much bigger pot, then I just think it's going to be politically, in an odd way, easier to say, well, look, this is now serious. We better get involved in finding a way of making this cooperation work.
Yeah, especially given the context of Ukraine, right? I mean, this can be a catalyst for that. I'm struck by how in the Brexit negotiations and everything that followed, it was always the EU saying, you must talk to all of us at 27, and don't you dare try and cherry pick and pick us off, and yada, 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 all stuff. In this space, however, it's slightly different, isn't it? Because in defence, certain players actually might want to talk bilaterally to the UK more than they might want to talk as a 27. Rosa, is that complicating what's going on here? That the French, the Germans, the GEF countries, they have their own relations with the EU that aren't always completely across the gamut. Whereas von der Leyen is saying to Starmer, let's talk about this big whole thing. I mean,
I think from my perspective, the way things are going, it's going to be a number of countries that are going to step up, are going to team up together, and what the Commission needs to do is provide the incentives for this to work,
right,
and to institutionalize it insofar as it is possible. I mean, from my point, there are a lot of existential debates in the European Union, is it European EU security and defence, etc., etc. I mean, the key point really is results. What is the result that we need to achieve in order to protect Ukraine and Europe's security from the Russian aggression, and what is the best way towards it? NATO people have been saying, be careful not to duplicate, and I think that is a very strong message that European states should take seriously. The other bit of it is the public opinion. We've talked a little bit about this, right, in the context of Brexit. Now we have Rutte, who gave his first speech in December. He said, NATO countries need to spend more. At that point, it was still talking about 3.5. Now we're talking about 5% of GDP. And if that eats into other, budgets for health, welfare, etc., so be it. It won't make that much of an impact. This is the narrative that is coming out, and I think we need to counter that narrative. We need to say, first of all, during the Cold War, we were spending a lot more on defence, and we were building up our welfare states. First point. Secondly, if we don't take care of our security, we're going to have a problem on the welfare side as well. But thirdly, this is about economic innovation. It's not just about building tanks. And so if we can rethink the industry, defence industry, around an economic model that is compelling, that provides new training, that provides new economic opportunities, then you're recasting this in a different way.
Yeah.
And then if you have a group of countries leading, others will follow. Because that's what happens. And civil servants might not be very good with big ideas, but they're very good at win-win packages. And that's something they can work around. But the Commission needs to put the incentives there. It needs not to step on the toes of member states, because this is an area where national sovereignty remains important. And they need to, create packages that will be attractive and that will gradually bring on board many more countries. Countries like Spain and Italy are not going to be spending even 2% of GDP soon. Okay, yeah. So we're going to have a group of pioneers anyway, and that's the reality. And I think that's we can think up nice ideas, but we need to bear in mind what the reality is.
So Julian, by that token, if you agree, why is Starmer meeting with 27 and von der Leyen and Callas and Costa when he actually should be meeting with 10, 12, 15 and saying, look, we're the ones that really matter here. Let's come up with something that works for the 16 of us, not 28.
Well, they are.
But he has, yeah. No?
Exactly.
So on defence,
yeah.
Specifically, on other subjects as well, but on defence and security specifically, he has had a series of meetings and indeed reached new agreements with the Germans, with the Poles, a refreshed agreement with the French, all big security players, deeper dialogue with the Nordic and Baltic countries, important defence players. So I don't think that this is, this isn't either or. It's both and. But if the EU is, as I think it is, collectively getting more serious under the existential challenges about becoming a defence and security provider, including by using its ability to shape collective action, whether that's through aggregating demands or arrangements for procurement, or even sort of setting standards, again, as long as it can do it in a way that is transparent and open to other allies and partners. And if it is, as it is, generating more funding to try and boost this agenda, then I think it's right that the UK should be trying to engage with the EU collectively as well. That doesn't make me uncomfortable at all. I think it's quite sensible to try and do both.
And where does NATO come into all of this? I mean, we sort of see NATO as the sort of hard security bit. and the EU is now positioning itself as the defence industrial part, but NATO's been trying to encourage that for a long, long time and basically been ignored. How do we make sure that those, it just seems like this enormous matrices of relationships.
But there is, but Henry, NATO has that fund. It has a NATO Innovation Fund, right?
Yes.
Just appointed a new head who was formerly the head of innovation at MOD, John Rich.
Yeah.
So that's and too, isn't it? Isn't it? And haven't we got over that argument where it used to be like, oh, let's just do it through NATO, not the EU? Aren't we? We're going forward in tandem now. Isn't that what we're doing?
Well,
it's better than it was.
Why are we sharing all this money around in a NATO context? Because that's the Canadians, it's the Turks, it's loads of Balkan states that aren't EU. I mean, you can see where I'd come up with all these silly phrases. The most EU of the EU guys in NATO, I'm thinking of the Spanish, the Italians, the French, are going to be saying, well, maybe we should keep this pot of money just for the EU lot. You can see where all these different networks, Jeff complicates it too. I mean, how do we make sure that we're not just overlapping and overlapping?
Well, I mean, shall we just say this is the most EU NATO we've ever had. I mean, the Secretary General of NATO was Prime Minister of the Netherlands for a long time. The ambassadors to NATO, most of them have actually worked in the EU or in the European directorates at home. It's actually quite an extraordinary coincidence that they all know the EU mechanics so well. And of course, Rutte has put EU-NATO cooperation on his priority list. So if this is not a good opportunity to find the synergies and the complementarity between the two, I don't know when that opportunity might come.
And again, although we're not predicting that this will happen, should there be a movement towards thinking about new and novel ways of raising funding, including collective efforts to raise funding, last time I checked, NATO didn't have a central bank or an ability to issue bonds. So there is definitely a potential role for the EU, especially if you're being, ambitious.
What role does Trump play in all of this, do you think? Does it make it more or less likely that this moves faster?
It didn't move much the first time around, did it?
No.
But I actually think, when I travel around Europe, I meet people, I feel that our lawmakers and policymakers oscillate between denial and overestimation of the ability of Europe to respond to what Trump is promising. And so that, to me, that is the biggest problem we have, actually. We don't have a shared understanding of the nature of European power and how it can respond to geopolitical shifts, and we certainly don't have a shared strategy, and this is what we've been talking about, those of us who've been studying this for 20 years, this is the leitmotif of all our analysis is Europeans are divided, right? How will Trump impact it? I think Greenland was a big shock. It certainly was a shock to me, right? Having spent a long time, trying to understand what Trump's potential impact on Europe could be. And I think this could unleash other movements, other things that could in turn change things. I mean, I think next year Iceland is going to have another discussion over whether to apply for EU membership. Who knows? Maybe Norway will follow. Then, at which point the UK might start to think, well, maybe we can find some other arrangement with the European Union, more ambitious. We also have, the enlargement process has a new momentum, so-called, and it's a big if, but let's just hypothesize that the EU institutions and its member states are actually serious about enlargement, and we get Montenegro in a couple of years, and maybe Albania, that Ukraine has a solid path. That again is going to change the landscape in Europe. And going back to what I was saying about, the need to rethink this security architecture in Europe, well, EU enlargement will be part of that. And these countries are not going to join immediately, as fully fledged members. The whole talk in the enlargement context is about staged accession, progressive integration, etc., etc. The UK might be interested in that. It's all good to talk about the institutional arrangements, the bilateral diplomacy, But let's also talk about, how these changes might change people's perceptions of security on the continent, might change people-to-people relations. There are things that can change.
One imagines the Commission would be slightly less strict about their accession criteria if Norway applied.
Sorry, on the Trump thing, I mean, I just like to make a basic point, which is that he's very unpredictable, and he's built unpredictability into his system. And I think, he's given his envoy 100 days to sort out some kind of Ukraine negotiations with Putin. So let's kind of see what happens at the end of that, because I think there's every chance that Putin will overplay his hand on Ukraine, because in fact he has no interest in a successful existing Ukraine. And then, we don't know what Trump does at the end of that. So yeah, I wouldn't want to place a bet on this. He is unpredictable as a leader.
But worst case scenario, he turns on the EU, there's a big trade war, and it doesn't do the same to the UK. There is much less incentive for the UK to say, actually, we're going to stick with our mates here in Europe, thank you very much, and let's do more on defence and security when, the nukes are still being supplied by the Americans, and we're all chum-chums with Trump. I mean, there are ways in which, I take your point, Rosa, it could go very nicely, but it could go rather terribly. Julian, do you think there's a danger of that Trump actually divides the UK and the EU on this topic?
Well, I'm sure there are some people around him who might see that as an opportunity, and their notion of the US Western Hemisphere is more likely to include the UK than it is some of continental Europe. So there may be people who are thinking that direction. I think if we come back to ourselves and think about where the UK and the EU are, they should be trying to build these kinds of cooperation that we've been talking about all day, including in this session, because it works for them. Not because somebody else is telling them to do it or not do it, because they are countries that face shared threats and face them with shared values. And I'm not sure, we'll see how things progress, but I'm not sure that the Trump administration is going to undermine that sense of shared values between the UK and the EU. It may even conceivably reinforce a sense of shared values.
But also on security and defence, I mean, there are a plurality of countries in the European Union who are also NATO members, who are appeasing the United States on defence and are buying American. This has been the case.
Yeah.
This is what, and this started back in 2017, and has always been the case, in fact. So on security and defence, the UK is deeply tied to the United States. There's no doubt about it. On trade, the UK is deeply tied to the European Union.
Yes.
But I mean, the EU is also deeply tied to the US on both fronts. So yes, there could be hard choices, and that is certainly what Trump is pursuing.
Yeah.
But one would expect people in London and people in Brussels to have a hard look at what the long-term interests are. And again, the realities. And the realities are that there is a plurality of states that do not that are doubling down to keep the US engaged in Europe.
Yeah.
I think there's one thing, if I may say so, one thing Europeans all agree on, and that is a starting point, is that Europe should be part of whatever negotiation takes place about Ukraine and Ukraine. And that's one thing. Europeans, they all agree with on this. The Ukrainians agree on this. Obviously, we don't know about the United States quite right now, and obviously Putin does not agree with this. But there is a common position among Europeans, and I think that should be, that should be a starting point.
I'm keen to get questions from the audience, but just while you think of them. My final question, a lot of this stuff is traditionally driven by policy, but also by personality. When you look at the slate of leaders and figures on this side of the channel and on the other side, and then people like Rutte, do you see the personal chemistry? Do you see the desire of these people to make this work? I mean, we saw how the von der Leyen-Biden relationship was really key to that transatlantic thing. I mean, do you see with Starmer and von der Leyen, with Callas, is this something that can work? Because this is about trust at the end of the day, right? Security and defense. If we're talking about big leaps as well.
Yeah, I'm quite encouraged.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Great. Okay, questions. Gentleman here at the back. If you could introduce yourself and yes. keep your questions short and succinct. The gentleman here on the end, thank you.
Can hear you.
I've got two questions. The first is probably to Alex, which is really interesting what you were saying about innovation and the way the Ukrainians have sort of innovated using drones, like relatively cheap technology. But when you look across the defence ministries of Western Europe in particular, you see these big, clunky procurement systems. I mean, it seems to me that path dependence and institutional inertia means we're going to be very, very hard pressed to adopt that sort of agile stance when it comes to military procurement. I just wondered whether you thought there was any hope at all on that front. And the second bigger question about UK and EU is it seems to me that the nub of the problem is that the UK and the EU are staunch allies and bitter economic competitors. And the problem is that the latter bleeds into the former. It bleeds into the former politically. So when Macron says, buy European, that's partly a kind of there's us and there's them.
Yeah.
It also bleeds into it in a regulatory sense. So this government wants to make use of our AI freedoms, okay, and have a different, more liberal regulatory system than the EU. But if that's the case, it will get in the way of all sorts of cooperation, including on the military, because our regulatory systems just won't mesh.
Great questions. Alex.
Yeah, Anand, on your first point, you could say that things that the UK and EU could do together is to, grow a pool of capital for more defence innovation or nurture the precious cargo which is our entrepreneurs across the continent. But actually, I think the single most important thing you could do is to disrupt the procurement process of these ministries that you're talking about. And you and I know that, the states, the United States had Incutel, launched Incutel in 1999. So we're at, Incutel is a CIA's venture capital arm. It gave you Google Earth. It gave you, lots of things that we now take for granted. And we've come very late to that in the UK and the EU. The UK has something called NSIF that has been working with its German counterparts and stuff at the National Strategic Security Innovation Fund. But I think we're still not there yet. Oddly, Poland is doing really well in this space, where you need to have that thing of a venture fund where you place a bet and you say to has a good idea on defence capability, okay, we are going to give you, we're going to take a 3-year bet and you're going to get multi-annual revenue on that, and we may get it wrong. But every time a government department gives an order to an early stage company, gives a procurement order, a purchase order, they increase the enterprise value of that company by 20 times. So if you get a €1 million order from the French government, say Mistral, you then increase Mistral's value by 20 million, meaning that Mistral can then raise more funds, it can take on more people, it can grow in just the same way as the IRA is doing for US companies. So getting to that point, and that's really hard to do because you've got some really entrenched interests not only in the government agencies, government departments, but also in the defence primes. And that takes concerted political will to do. But it's really important.
Well, I think the bottom line is scale. I mean, if the EU manages to undo not even all the things, just a few of the things in the Draghi report, and create an economy of scale, then I think the way in which the UK will look at Europe, and whether it is a sort of economic engine that UK wants to latch onto or not, it depends very much on how successful that is. And you can think of that in terms of innovation, you can think of that in terms of, we didn't talk about research and development and international cooperation on that. I think that's really important because it triggers all sorts of other mechanisms for working together and incentives. But yeah, in the defence sector, that could also be relevant. So scale, capitals market union.
So we've been trying to be positive and
we've been
ambitious.
trying very hard, let's be honest.
But I hope we haven't inadvertently given the impression that we think this is all straightforward and easy, because obviously it isn't. And the Buy European challenge, particularly for defence equipment and building the industrial base, it is going to be a difficult one. I mean, we shouldn't shy away from that. But I think it comes in different shades, and it's very important that that we're honest about that as we try and think our way through it. So one part of this is, are we building up this funding, collective EU funding, to buy American kit from Trump as some kind of mitigation strategy? Are we thinking that we're going to use it because actually we've identified precise requirements, and in fact some of those precise requirements are US built, missile defense, for example? Are we willing to use it to buy some of that US kit? Are we more willing to use it to buy some of that US kit if it's actually made in Europe, like some of the Patriot package, for example? Do we distinguish between those challenges and the idea that some of this collective effort might include non-EU European allies, like-minded partners like the UK and Norway, for example? So I think we have to be clear about what the different questions are and not just bundle them all together. And one of the things that I find frustrating in the debate, we had a tiny bit of it in a previous session, is somebody says, you know, strategic autonomy means we've got to buy European and we mustn't be giving all this money to American-built kit built in the US. Well, that collapses, for me, a number of different issues that it is better to separate out, if that makes sense.
But just to follow up on Anna's question, I mean, the defense industry has traditionally been one of, you know, there is one winner on certain, you know, it's procurement, you pick one thing and the other 4 companies don't get to sell you that plane or that tank, or, you know, that's economic competition on steroids, right? And this is why.
Well, part of the problem in Europe is, of course, that you don't just have one plane or one tank. You have loads of them.
but a country will buy one, not
but listen,
a suite.
Listen, Czech Republic has been shopping around because there isn't available kit in Europe. So, you know, it's all very well to say, you know, we want to focus on our own national industry, etc., etc. But if they're not providing what is needed, countries are going to go and shop in South Korea, and that's what's happening.
But my question was going to be, you know, if the French and the Germans and the Poles are right now fighting over 1.5 billion euros of EDIP, because the French don't want any of it to go to a German factory building American Patriot parts, what hope do we have for any kind of deal that might see some of that money, shock horror, end up in the UK? I mean, do you see my question? It was sort of, it would require a massive change in thinking in that building over there and in the Elysee.
So, as I think I said in an earlier comment, bizarrely, I think it's harder when you're fighting over when you're fighting over 1.5 billion is not, you know, it's not peanuts, but I think it's harder when you're fighting over the allocation of 1.5 billion than it could be, and I hope will be, if you are much more ambitious. But even saying that, I do not deny that there will be challenges. Actually, you know what? The EU has proven in the past to be quite good at working its way through these. Not always in an economically rational way, but in a way that delivers results. And as we've all been saying, given the imminence and the scale of the threats, I'm not pessimistic about people trying hard to resolve this.
Well, and we're seeing at the moment, and last night, the EU just breaks its own rules when it needs to make more.
So you criticise, you rightly say that this is a challenge, but if you look at it the other way, they are willing to break some of their rules, including rules that they've attached a great deal of importance to around the Stability and Growth Pact, because they recognise that the challenge is, in some cases, you know, existential.
Well, I mean, otherwise we close shop. You know, it's not as if it's there's an alternative.
So an alternative model is obviously the Airbus model, where, you know, you have more than one European country being, you know, shareholders in a
but company. Not 27 or 28.
No. Yep.
And this is, you know, there are going to be countries that are going to be asked to pay into a fund that aren't going to see a single cent back. EU countries. Yes, the lady here.
Thank you. I'm Lucia Frigo, I'm a researcher. And I wanted to say, Rosa, thank you for mentioning the R&D and R&I. And I think cooperation in that field and in kind of knowledge sharing is quite important. We've talked about how important capital is, so we've covered that. But also, we haven't discussed how important it is for us to work together to bridge the gap that we currently have between us and China, or even us and the US. So my question is, do you think the Windsor Agreement, bringing the UK back potentially on Horizon and things like this, is it enough, or are we potentially leaving a low-hanging fruit to hang? And is there more that could be done in this sense? Thank you.
To rot, I think, if you don't.
Julian, you take this.
No, it was definitely headed for you.
I think ultimately it hangs on the question as to whether, and that I turned it to you because you said the TCA, maybe you said it last night, maybe you said it today, is a thing of the past. It's 8 years old, and and so we need to start looking forward. And I think for me, the big question is really how pragmatically and flexibly do we move forward, based on, gradually, the fact that Horizon is back on the table. I think, how many Horizon projects have you been part of in the past, or at least I have, and then you've had a bit of a hiatus, and now the UK is back, and there's a different atmosphere. It's different. So move forward pragmatically based on experience, and then, maybe rethink a broader agreement with a higher level of ambition. It's not going to happen. The politics in the UK are not going to make it happen on an ambitious scale at the moment. And for the EU, to be honest, I don't think it's a priority. So make do with what we have and see where there are windows of opportunities to improve things.
We have time for one more question. This gentleman here on the aisle. Just wait 1 second, sir. The microphone.
Yes. Asking a question that will lead on to the next conference. When the fighting stops, there will not be a Marshall Plan. I can assure you, having discussed this in Washington, there won't be US money for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Europe, Brussels, and European countries will have a role to play. London may have a role to play too. This involves money and, of course, security. But I'd be interested on the economic construction of Ukraine, the thoughts of how Brussels and London, both City of London and British government might fit in.
Yeah, I think Trump's quite keen to invest in the critical raw materials industry of Ukraine. But it's a good question. I mean, I guess the way of reframing it is there's a limited amount of cash available, right? And how much of this is going to be about defense and security for stocks and future capabilities, and how much is going to be about Ukraine? How do we divide that up? Is it a way you make EU-UK relationship work?
I mean, I think it's a really interesting point in that, the Marshall Plan obviously was reconstructing the manufacturing capabilities of Europe. What we've got in Ukraine is an agricultural exporter who's continued to export agriculturally, and with a strong tech sector. They have something like 246,000 IT professionals. They're really strong on that, and so my bet is that their ability to generate money and for that to come flowing back into Europe will be strong. I'm sure that the Trump administration is absolutely counting on the EU, the Europeans, EU, UK to fund the kind of rebuilding of Ukraine. I mean, I guess that will happen, but it won't be as ambitious as a Marshall Plan. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ukraine, go back to let's in the hope that there is some kind of a ceasefire agreement and that a cessation of hostilities that is not, does not lead to both sides rearming, but actually leads to, looking at longer term prospects. Then you have reconstruction process and EU accession process. You'll have both working at the same time.
Yeah.
I would say that it would be in the interest of major donors and investors to align to these processes, number one. I would say that it would be in the interest of, again, donors and investors to make sure that reconstruction takes place in a context of rule of law, which is a challenge in Ukraine. And that means working very closely with civil society. I mean, what the past 2 decades of Ukrainian history have shown us is that civil society really is, it's not the institutions, it's not the economic actors, it's civil society is the strength of that country. It's what has allowed Ukraine to push back on the Russians and what has allowed technological innovation for war. And so we need to make sure that that process is carried out together with them so that, you know, basic rules of transparency, democracy, etc. are respected. And in this context, somewhat paradoxically, Ukraine actually has a lot to offer to the European Union, more so than perhaps other countries that would like to join the EU, because they haven't had this sort of stagnation of an accession process that hasn't functioned for 10 years, and they have a very strong political impetus in the country to join the so-called West and to have Euro-Atlantic integration. So you have all that, you know, institutions, political leaders should see that as an opportunity. And yeah, I mean, it could potentially be something that drives things. We all know, again, we don't want to sound, you know, naively optimistic. I don't want to sound naively optimistic. I'm not. This is fiendishly complicated and difficult, but it doesn't mean it's impossible.
So, Julian?
I agree. I think those would be good problems to have, relatively speaking, because obviously the worst outcome is that the war just, the horrible attritional war just grinds on. But before we get to those problems, if there was to be a serious attempt at some kind of negotiated settlement that has a chance of enduring, then you're going to have some big challenges for Europe. One, how much of a voice does Europe have in that process? In as much as it does have a voice, how is it going to play into the challenges of some kind of territorial settlement, some kind of security guarantees, nature and form and deployments to be defined, and what does Europeans, what do they think about sanctions relief?
Yes.
Which is going to be part of any process, whether you like it or not, because otherwise, what's in it for Putin? There are some quite difficult gateway issues before you get to the challenges of reconstruction.
Very good. An excellent note to end on. That would be great cooperation between the UK and the EU. This is the end of the panel and thus the day. So all I need to do, I think, is to say thank you so much to Alex, Rosa, and Sir Julian, and a big round of applause for them. And Paul, you're going to say thank you to everybody else, right?
Just thank you very much. Stay there, all of you. So that's a wrap. You'll be relieved to hear I'm not going to begin to attempt to do a resume of the whole day's proceedings, but I would like to hear your feedback on how things have gone today. And I haven't got an official customer satisfaction survey form for you to fill in, but drop me a line about how you think today went, and more importantly, how we could do things better in the future. I'd like to thank you all for coming, those of you watching online, hundreds of you watching online. Reiterate also my thanks to the sponsors of today's event, and last but not least, the speakers as well, who all gave up willing their time. And a final shout out to Charlene and Sophie, the great team at Forum Europe. See you next time. I'm not quite sure when, but we'll see you next time. Thank you.